Hi guys, it's me, Chancellor HD, and welcome to qualifying day here at the Hungarian Grand Prix in Budapest, the Hungaroring, and it is already a very wet day in Budapest, and we are going to have, if qualifying does happen, and I don't think the rain will be later on in the afternoon quite that bad to actually stop qualifying from happening today, and if it does happen, then I think we are in for a very exciting qualifying session where we could get not just the same two drivers fighting for pole position, Leclerc and Verstappen. We could have, Sainz on pole position, maybe even McLaren with Lando Norris, and we'll see obviously what Mercedes can do with them improving, hopefully, their pace from yesterday, and really to the whole field. I think we could see a really mixed up grid for the Sunday Grand Prix if qualifying does take place in the wet conditions later today. But practice 3 starts in 13 and a half minutes time, and the last weather update I saw from the track was that it was raining quite hard, so I'm not sure about the about what do you call it, about when will practice 3 start on time, will the session happen at all? I don't actually know as of yet, so I guess we'll see in the next few minutes or so. But yeah, it has been raining in the last hour very, very heavily at the track, and yeah, just looking now at as the Sky F1 have started their broadcast, just looking now, it is very misty. The sky is quite dark, and it is raining pretty hard. But we'll see whether it does calm down. It is supposed to, when qualifying happens in about 3 hours' time. If it is still raining, the rain is supposed to ease off. This is not going to be like Spa 2021, where the rain just keeps up its heaviness for the entire day. It's not going to be quite like that, as I think the safety car is on the track just testing out the conditions. The conditions don't actually seem to be, if this is live footage, it doesn't seem to be at turn or down the pit straight into turn 1 that bad, but there is a river going across the track into turn 2 by the looks of it. But the track, in terms of its condition, doesn't look to be too bad. Definitely not bad enough to prevent us from having running in this session, as it does look as though the rain it is still falling quite heavily, but it's not quite as heavy as when it was hitting the ground about half an hour ago. So we'll see what happens with the weather, but I hope you guys are doing well ahead of what's going to be a very exciting day of qualifying today, and I hope that you'll join me throughout the day for firstly practice 3, then obviously the build up to qualifying that I'll be doing for a couple hours between 1 PM and 3 PM UK time, and then qualifying does start in, like I said, about 3 or just over 3 hours from now, 3 hours and 10 minutes from now exactly. Qualifying starts here in Hungary. So yeah, it'd be great if you could join me for that today, because I think we're gonna have a very exciting day. And no matter what part of the world you are from, hopefully you are having the best day possible you can be having. Great to see you all here as usual for qualifying day. Now, before I get into the kind of talking about what we saw yesterday and what to expect today, firstly in practice about the teams and just how quick the or certain cars are this weekend from what we saw yesterday in practice, let's get into the results of practice 1 and practice 2 from yesterday. So in practice 1, Carlos Sainz ended up quickest from Max Verstappen in second. Charles Leclerc ended up third. Lando Norris straight away was up in 4th place with a very impressive lap. George Russell ended up 5th, with Perez 6th, Hamilton 7th, Ricciardo 8th, and then Ocon and Alonso completing the top 10. And then the rest of the order: Vettel, Stroll, Gasly, Tsunoda, Zhou, Albon, Magnussen, Schumacher, Kubica, and Latifi. The order in practice 1. Then in practice 2, Ferrari clearly showed they have the best car this weekend for the track. Lando Norris, though, obviously Charles Leclerc was fastest. Lando Norris, though, second and only 0.2 of a second in the dry off the pace of Leclerc. And there is no doubt, if you look at the sector times from yesterday especially, McLaren are really here to play this weekend. And I think they are, today, looking as though they're going to be the third best team. I don't think they'll be as good as Red Bull today, but I think they'll definitely be the third quickest team today. Because we have seen this season that they have been pretty quick in qualifying at times. And then it was Carlos Sainz third, Max Verstappen fourth, Daniel Ricciardo proving by finishing fifth that McLaren's pace with both cars very, very good. And then the rest of the top 10, Alonso, Vettel, Russell, Perez, and Bottas. And then the rest of the order: Hamilton, Zhou, Ocon, Stroll, Gasly, Magnussen, Schumacher, Latifi, Tsunoda, Albon. But looking at yesterday, and the dry running, you'd have to say the pecking order was really, for the top 5, it was it was Ferrari quickest for sure over the rest of the pack, and then Red Bull second, McLaren third, Mercedes fourth, and then probably Alpine in fifth, and then Aston Martin sixth. Alpine and Aston Martin, though, do seem to be pretty close on lap time between the respective drivers. So we'll have to see how that shakes out today. But yeah, that's what it looks like the pecking order for the top 5, top 6 is. And then after that, it looks as though it's then Alfa Romeo, the 7th quickest team, and then Haas, AlphaTauri, and Williams being the clearly slowest team this weekend. But yeah, I think we're going to have a very exciting day today where at least after Ferrari and Red Bull, it is really up for grabs who finishes in the rest of the positions. Again, because of McLaren's pace. Also Alpine, even though they are quite a bit slower than McLaren this weekend, they are still close enough, I would say, to a team like Mercedes that they can possibly get ahead of them in qualifying today. And Aston Martin definitely have improved their car quite a bit compared to what it was like before this weekend's Grand Prix. So it's going to be a very exciting day, and I think the top 5 teams especially are a lot closer to each other than we expected, and then definitely than I expected coming into this Grand Prix. I did not expect these results in practice 2 to happen. Didn't think that would happen at all, but there you go. And it should be a very exciting practice 3 in the wet to see whether this keeps up. And I think in the wet, it should be kind of the same. The only difference being that I think Aston Martin are probably likely to get ahead of Alpine, or be ahead of Alpine on pace in the wet rather than the dry. And the reason I say that is because it looked as though the Aston Martin had a bit more mechanical grip yesterday, because they were faster in the slow speed corners compared Alpine, and obviously that is very important in wet conditions. But I'll just quickly update that timer quickly, and we've got about 6 minutes to go until practice 3 starts, and I'll switch on to these pictures from yesterday. And yeah, the pictures I'll be showing during this watch along and the qualifying watch along will be obviously from yesterday's dry running. But yeah, it's going to be a very good day. And what I am looking out for today is, because I thought Red Bull yesterday weren't quite pushing that hard and were definitely leaving a bit on the table compared to what they could do, compared to the Ferrari team. because it's now raining and we know how great Max Verstappen is in wet conditions, what I am looking out for is to see, will Max Verstappen be able to outperform Leclerc despite Ferrari having the better car? That will be very interesting to see in practice 3 and qualifying as well. And then the second big thing to look at, I would say, is McLaren. Can they keep up this pace in the wet? I think they can, absolutely, because their car, really, in any type of speed corner, you know, slow speed, medium speed, high speed, it looks, that McLaren car, to be good in all of those type of corners. And I don't see why in the wet it'll be any different. In 2 of the 3 wet qualifying sessions this season, Lando Norris has been, I think, in the top 5 in qualifying, so I don't see really a reason why they won't be quick in wet conditions. And then the third thing I'm looking out for really today is, with Mercedes, have they improved their car since yesterday? Because yesterday their car looked absolutely terrible. Looked like it had no mechanical grip, and even in the faster corners, the rear end looked as though it just wasn't really working at all for them. So I am looking out in this session to see whether the car is handling a lot better. If it's handling like it is, or like it was yesterday, today, they will have quite a bad day today, even with the great drivers they have, and 2 drivers who, in wet conditions, are, you know, both very good drivers. Despite that, I think they'll still be pretty poor today if their car is handling just as bad as it was yesterday. But I'm going to quickly look on Twitter to see if there's any news in regards to the session and whether there's going to be any delays. And let me just have a quick look. I can't see anything. The only thing people saying on Twitter is that, yep, it's wet and it's going to be what do you call it? Full wet conditions in this session, which yeah, no shit. As they now start showing the track, and yeah, lots of mist around, and the rain still falling. Don't think it's falling as hard as it was earlier, but still falling, and it's definitely gonna be a wet session. So we'll get on to, or I'll show my graphics in a moment. By the way, hello to Silverback Orangutan in the chat, and also SuperKev99, who says hello. Great to see you all, and great to see also Rooks in the chat as well. But yeah, just looking at the TV broadcast, umbrellas are up. A lot of people stood up, but doesn't look to be quite as apocalyptic as I was hearing yesterday, where there were people talking about that qualifying might actually be delayed until Sunday morning because of the rain. Doesn't look to be quite that bad, but yeah, I think they're just showing the weather radar now. A big, really bad band of rain has just passed through the Budapest area, so the rain will continue, but it'll be lighter, and it'll get lighter and lighter, and then eventually there will be possibly in an hour or 2 a break in the rain for, I don't know, half an hour or so, and then there's another band of rain after that, which looks to be a bit heavy, but not as heavy as the band of rain that came through about an hour ago. So we should be fine today for running on track, and no delay to the session because Charles Leclerc is in his car, and so is Lando Norris. So let me get all of this stuff ready quickly for you guys. And FP3, as I'm sure you'll all know by now, if you are new to Formula One, is an hour-long session. All the practice sessions in Formula One are an hour long, and there is the template running order for the moment. And yeah, once the session gets underway, I'll sync the timer up at the 59-minute mark and just adjust these pictures quickly. Yeah, practice 3 will be underway in a few seconds' time, I believe. By the way, hello to Rivaldo. Good to see you in chat. And also Vinster, who says, morning everyone, 7 a.m. in Florida. Good commitment from you to tune in. And as long as the sessions are not delayed today, I think you won't be disappointed. As the session has started, but we're not seeing the timer on screen because, well, I don't think they're going to show it at the moment because there's no cars coming out on the track right now. But, yeah, the green light is on at the exit of the pit lane, so the session has started. And thankfully, it is... the track condition is not too bad to get going here. Thankfully, there are parts of the track, definitely towards the end of the first sector, where the track is protected a bit by trees, which does help. As I'll sync the timer up in 3, 2, 1. And there you go. So 59 minutes to go in practice 3. And as it stands, no cars on track, but I reckon we're only a few minutes away from getting the cars onto the circuit. So whilst there's a bit of a delay, not a literal delay, but we're just waiting to see cars get out on track. Let me know, guys, in the chat. With the wet conditions, how do you think things will go today? Who are you looking out for in these conditions? Another person to look out for in these conditions that I didn't mention was obviously Fernando Alonso, who I'm sure, if the Alpine car is working well in these conditions, I'm sure has something good cooked up for qualifying today. As, yeah, at Silverstone in the wet, he qualified, was it 7th? And then Canada obviously qualified 3rd. And then qualified 4th in at the Emilia-Romagna Grand Prix earlier this season. I've got to say, that Grand Prix feels like it took place like 2 years ago. Feels so long ago now. Look to see what's going on Twitter. Nothing really at the moment. Just waiting to see action on track, really. There's a few drivers being belted into their cars, but not any serious thoughts as to getting out onto track. One big reason why, what do you call it? One big reason why the teams, you may notice in practice sessions, don't tend to go out as anywhere near as much in, I say that, as a Ferrari comes out onto the track, which is good to see. Yeah, one reason why, and it's Charles Leclerc, by the way, so this will be interesting to see what he does. Yeah, one reason why teams don't come out on track in practice sessions as much as they do in the dry is not necessarily because they don't want to damage their cars, but it's also because you only have, I think, 3 sets of wet tyres available for the whole weekend. Maybe 4 sets at most, but you don't want to, go and blow through all your sets of tyres in wet sessions, in practice sessions, if you have to use them, obviously, for qualifying or the race. So, yeah, that's a big reason why they don't end up using or going out on track that much in practice in the wet conditions, because they want to save on tyres. And looking at this weekend, obviously today is going to be a wet day. I'm looking at the track, by the way, from Charles Leclerc's on board. The track is not in that bad of a condition. Certain parts of the track are a bit treacherous, but it's not too bad out there. Nowhere near as bad as I was fearing, put it that way. As Carlos Sainz is also on the track, so both Ferraris getting out there. Good to see. But yeah, in regards to this weekend, obviously qualifying later is going to be wet, and probably the full wet tyre is going to be used the most, I would imagine, rather than the intermediate, given the track conditions now and the rain that is still falling. And then we do have, I think, quite a decent chance of rain tomorrow at the start of the race. So they can't afford to go and blow through tyres in this session when they'll need them later on. As Carlos Sainz, this is coming through the penultimate corner, which is turn 13. As Charles Leclerc begins his first flying lap and comes into turn 1, takes the very wide line, which you have to take in turn 1 in these conditions, the karting line, as he now comes into turn 2. In terms of who should have the best car for the wet conditions, it should be Ferrari. And we saw at Silverstone that even though Red Bull with Verstappen were very quick, Ferrari, I think, did have the better wet weather car that day. And I do think the Ferrari has more mechanical grip than Red Bull do. As Leclerc goes deep at the turn 6-7 chicane, I think that was, and goes ends up cutting the chicane out completely as he continues on this lap. And yeah, a bit of a scary amount of water into turn 10 that you have to go through. A corner normally that is flat out in the dry, but in the wet, it's a game of I dare. As here's a replay of Leclerc on the exit of turn 5, I think that was, losing the rear end quite a bit, then locking up his inside front, going into the chicane just after that of 6 and 7. As, yeah, Leclerc, I think, should complete a lap time in a moment, unless he decides to come into the pits, but I may as well just put Leclerc to the top of the timesheets, because if he does stay out, then he will probably be quickest. So it is Leclerc, or no, Sainz is now quickest from Leclerc second. So obviously Ferrari 1-2. And we do have other cars on the circuit as well. The two McLarens, Norris and Ricciardo, and also Zhou, Schumacher, Stroll, Ocon, Bottas, and Oda. Everybody on wet tyres, and also Gasly and Magnussen joining the track. Everyone on wet tyres except for Fernando Alonso, who is out there on inters. There are parts of the track which look good enough for intermediate tyres, but I'm not sure it's quite ready, the track. There's a bit too much standing water around, I think. Yeah, everyone on track now except for the Williams of Latifi and the two Red Bulls and two Mercedes cars. As Lando Norris goes third for McLaren. And Verstappen still in the pits, and he's definitely not going anywhere at this time. As with Latifi, they're just doing some quick final work, I think, to his suspension area before he gets out there. As Charles Leclerc goes quickest now by a couple seconds, 2.2 seconds quicker he goes compared to Carlos Sainz, as currently on a lap is Zhou Guanyu, Daniel Ricciardo, and Mick Schumacher. Zhou, though, is going to come up to a lot of traffic. Zhou, though, has backed off because of that traffic. But yeah, Leclerc currently quickest on a 1:43.3. The quickest times we were seeing yesterday in what you call it in practice 2 were what 1 minute 17.5 I think it was. So in wet conditions, as we're now looking at Fernando Alonso on a flying lap on intermediate tyres, which again is a very brave decision, but he is a very brave man, is Fernando. Yeah, in full wet conditions, they should be lapping in the at best, I would say the 1 minute 35, probably in full wet conditions, and then with intermediates, if it's only good enough at best for intermediates, it should be them lapping in the say 126, 127 range as Daniel Ricciardo goes up to third. For McLaren's, Fernando Alonso is all over the place. As Leclerc says, I think the Inters could be a good option. There's not too much aquaplaning. Thing is, Fernando Alonso is not really that quick on the tyre, so I'm not actually sure that it's a quicker option at the moment. As yeah, Ricciardo goes third, and then it's Norris fourth, and then Schumacher in fifth place, and Zhou Guanyu up to P6, and then Lance Stroll actually now goes up to 6th, as Fernando Alonso is about to complete his lap and go, I think, 8th. And yeah, he does go 8th as Esteban Ocon goes up the order. Ocon on the wet tyre, interestingly, for Alpine. So let me just put Alonso up the order. There you go. Just want to quickly, though, read the chat to read out the comment from Vladimir, who says, "Good morning, Chazo. Hello, F1. 7 a.m. in AT. Good to see you here. And good to see KG here as well, who says, oh, Christ, I'm hungover." And G Walker says, "Morning, Rooks, Chaza, and F1 fam." And, well, hopefully for KG, we can wake him up a bit with this session. Got to say, I'm not one for the Friday type drinking. I'm normally a Saturday person when it comes to that, but I don't, well, I do understand why you would hit it hard straight away. As we're now looking at Lance Stroll, who is up to 6th place, and he's on an improved lap here. And let's see what he does when he comes to the line. And Stroll goes up to P4 in the Aston Martin. So your current top 10 is Leclerc, Sainz, Ricciardo, Stroll. Fernando Alonso actually now goes 3rd for Alpine on the Inters. So the Inters now definitely giving some good pace. But it's Leclerc, Sainz, Alonso, Ricciardo, Stroll, Norris, Schumacher, and then Bottas in 8th, and then Zhou 9th, and Ocon in 10th. As I say that, Yuki Tsunoda goes up to P7 in the Alpha Tauri. So that pushes Ocon down. Magnussen now goes 11th. That pushes Ocon down to P12. As Zhou goes up to 8th. And then you've got Gasly in 13th, Albon in 14th, and then Vettel and Latifi in 15th and 16th. One thing I am hoping today is, because we know the two Aston Martin drivers are very good in wet conditions. One thing I am hoping is we don't see a repeat of what we saw in Canada and Silverstone with Aston Martin. As I say that, we get a replay of Sebastian Vettel going off at the 10-6-7 chicane. The because, again, both drivers very good in the wet, but the car was very poor at not only having the grip in wet conditions, but also, what do you call it? Wasn't able to fire their tyres up enough, which is not just a problem in wet conditions. Aston Martin have had that problem really all season long. As we're looking at Nicholas Latifi, who's on an improved lap, but he's already 2.5 seconds down in the first sector. As we're looking at a decent visor cam here of the GOAT. As he piles into the turn 6-7 chicane. And Lance Stroll is up now to P3 in the Aston Martin. And then it's Alonso, Ricciardo, Norris, Tsunoda, Zhou, Schumacher, Bottas, the rest of the top 10. Obviously, Leclerc and Sainz first and second. And then it is Ocon in 11th, Gasly 12th, and then Magnussen, Vettel, Latifi. Alex Albon has just gone up to P7, and then Sebastian Vettel goes third for Aston Martin. And I think with their new rear wing upgrade, if Aston Martin can get a good qualifying result today, I think it would clearly prove that rear wing upgrade, which has been deemed legal by the FIA, it will prove that it definitely is working for them. As George Russell does his first lap time of the day and is up to 15th. And the only 3 drivers not to come out on track is Perez, Hamilton, and Verstappen. And Leclerc, quickest at the moment on a 1:43.3. But I'm sure, like I said, that if the track does improve for intermediate conditions, that they'll be lapping in this session probably in the 36, 137 range, as Fernando Alonso, I think, just came in for a change of tyres off the intermediate tyres. As someone just improve just then? Yes, they did. Yuki Tsunoda went up to 7th place as the rain, I think, has intensified, and that's the reason why Alonso has put the wet tyres on. Alonso, though, I think is being wheeled back into to his garage. And the rain falling very heavily now at the track. But this should not be a constant thing, this rain. It'll be easing off at times, even clearing up at times, and then, get heavier again. It's not going to be constant heavy rain, which would be pretty bad. As now we're looking at Pierre Gasly, who's coming through the chicane and into turn 8 and turn 9. And the track in very wet condition now. And there is absolutely no question of what tyre you'll be using in these conditions. As here's a replay of Gasly up to turn 4. And locks up, goes straight on, thankfully. Not going to the barriers, just runs wide and then throws his hand up in frustration. And locked up the outside front, and then the car just wouldn't go in at all to the corner, and even kicks up some tyre rubber from yesterday. As Lewis Hamilton, I think, was going to get in the car, but now the conditions have got worse, is now not bothering. So we'll see as to when he comes back out, as at the moment, we've had, 17 times done, and only 3 drivers not come out. Everybody is in the pits now, except for Tsunoda, Albon, Zhou, Bottas, and Latifi, as the conditions worsen, unfortunately. But just going to quickly look on Twitter to see if there's any updates in regards to the weather. Apparently, Leclerc's engineer has told Leclerc that this rain will stay like this for the next 30 minutes and then there will be some drops. And then apparently Leclerc responded, I don't know if it's worth to go out again. I mean, we can go quicker, but on the other hand, I'm not sure we want. So, yeah, we'll see what happens. I mean, the weather, might change. It might ease up a lot sooner than when Leclerc's engineer was saying, in 30 minutes' time. But I still think it is worth being out there to get the understanding and the practice, and obviously that's what practice is for. It's to get an understanding of the track conditions and how your car feels for the track layout and track conditions. As is a replay of Albon up to turn 4, clumping the inside curb and then losing the rear end a bit, thankfully not spinning. Nice hold there from Albon, not letting the car dramatically get away from him. But yeah, even though the conditions have worsened, I still think it is worth being out there because you need to get as much experience and also confidence as you can in these conditions. Because one thing in the wet that is very important, as here we're seeing a replay of Zhou Guanyu at turn 4, where I'm sure it's raining probably pretty hard. One thing that does help a lot with pace and performance for a driver in wet conditions is confidence in the wet conditions. And if you're, if you're not naturally confident in the wet at every track, like a Hamilton, Verstappen, Leclerc type drivers are, then getting out there and getting the practice in these conditions is absolutely vital to, what you do in qualifying. As Sky F1 have gone to an ad break, and every car has come back into the pits now, I think, except for Bottas and Latifi. So, yeah, no real change at the moment in the conditions. And hopefully the rain will ease off in about 10 to 15 minutes time to give us some more action here. Just trying to look on Twitter to see if there's any news in regards to the weather. And let me have a quick look. No, can't see anything in regards to an actual weather forecast or weather update in that sense. But let me know, guys, in the chat, in these wet conditions for qualifying later, who would you expect to be on pole position in these conditions, given obviously the talent of the driver, but also given how quick those cars or certain cars are in these conditions? Let me know in the chat and I'll make sure to get to your comments when I can. Just want to say though, for anyone new watching to the channel, don't forget to subscribe for more content like this, because I will be live throughout the day until about half an hour after qualifying finishes later on. So I'll be live for at least another 4 hours today, covering obviously this session, the remaining part of this session, and then building up to qualifying, doing qualifying, and then reacting to it. So make sure to subscribe for more content like this, because we do qualifying watch-alongs for F3 Grand Prix in 2022. And make sure as well to come around for tomorrow's content for race day in Hungary, because tomorrow I'll be live from 12 PM till 5 PM UK time for the Hungarian Grand Prix race. From 12 till 1:30 we'll be doing the race preview. Then from 1:30 till 4 PM UK time will be the race watch along. The race starts at 2 PM UK time. And then for about an hour after the race finishes, I'll be reacting with you guys to what has happened in the Hungarian Grand Prix. So, yeah, plenty of content coming your way. So, bottom right of the screen, you can click subscribe right there. And for everyone watching, don't forget to smash a like button and share this video and channel everywhere you can. Vinster says, do we expect wet conditions for qualifying? Yeah, it's going to be a very wet day. So, I don't think we're going to see dry conditions at all today. Vicente Herrera says, hi, it's 7:14 in the Philippines. Nice to see you that committed to getting up for Formula 1 so early and to tuning into the stream as well. KG says, if Leclerc gets pole, I'm sprinting down to the casino to put a bet down on him. He's racing for his life at this point. We have come back, by the way, from the ad break, and we are watching Mick Schumacher, who is on a flying lap, but has not improved his first sector, and he has said on team radio, yeah, there is a lot of standing water. That is pretty clear to see, but the sky looks to be a bit brighter now, so I think that rain has stopped, or at least eased off quite a bit from what it was doing a few minutes ago, which is good to see. G Walker says, hopefully Daniel Ricciardo has found his mojo. Would love a Leclerc win. Rivaldo says, I think Leclerc will take pole. Vinster says, Ferrari looking good in the wet. Hope they have a dry setup as well. And KG says, I think it's pretty much a lock to see Max take pole, win the race and destroy Charles' hopes and dreams. Very brutal there, but yeah, it is possible. As Mick Schumacher now does a fastest final sector, which does prove, I think, that the rain has stopped and that the conditions now will improve. Vinster says that's PM for the Philippines. Oh, okay. All right. Yeah. But still, great to have you along for this stream. Hello, by the way, to Matthew Lumsden in chat as well. As we're looking at Kevin Magnussen, who is just heading up to turn 4 on this replay, and I'm guessing does the same thing, just locks up and goes wide, and yeah, just goes wide. There's a lot of standing water on the entry to turn 4, as someone in chat says, yeah, pretty sure it's 7 PM in the Philippines. Yeah. All I'll say is I'm tired, so bear with me. I mean, I didn't have much sleep last night, or even this morning. I didn't get to sleep really until 6 AM, 7 AM, and I woke up at about 10:30 AM. So I've only had like 3-4 hours sleep. So do bear with me today. But yeah, conditions have improved quite a bit, and the order is now a bit different from what it was. Let me update that. So the top 10 is currently what is it? It's Leclerc, Sainz, Mick Schumacher now goes 3rd. The Haas team, again, proving that the conditions have improved quite a bit. Yeah, it's Leclerc, Sainz, Schumacher, Vettel, Stroll, Alonso, Ricciardo, Tsunoda, Norris and Albon. That is your top 10 currently in practice through, with about halfway through the session gone. And then it is Bottas in P11, Zhou 12th, and then Ocon, Gasly, Russell, Magnussen and Latifi completing the rest of the order. And still, Verstappen, Perez and Hamilton have not come out on circuit, as Lewis Hamilton is now coming out onto the track, which is good to see, as Kevin Magnussen improves up to 8th position. The conditions definitely improving quite a bit, as Gasly has completed Sector 1. The track, though, a lot drier than it was a few minutes ago in the second and final sector. So, as long as he keeps up some decent speed, he should be able to improve his lap time. as he goes through turn 10. And now into turn 11. And let's see what his sector time is looking like. And he's done a personal best. So yeah, sector 2 and sector 3 have improved a lot. Well, he's not going to improve on this lap because he's locked up on the entry to turn 12 and gone off the track. That AlphaTauri car looking very, very poor grip-wise around the track. In the dry yesterday, AlphaTauri were incredibly slow. I'm not really surprised that they're struggling still in this session, as Gasly doesn't improve his time. And yeah, in every sector yesterday, the AlphaTauri was slow. There wasn't a particular sector where they were decently quick. And just trying to see if there's any other news quickly whilst we wait for some more lap times to be done. And nothing I can see at the moment. And yeah, just a replay of Gasly locking up on the entry to turn 12. Again, the outside front tyre locking. We've got Sebastian Vettel on a flying lap, which is good to see. As it does appear from that radar, if that radar is correct, that they just showed, that it is going to dry up. Or mostly dry up. There looks to be quite a clear spell. If the rain does pass over the circuit. When I mean over, I mean to the north of the circuit rather than going straight through the circuit. So, yeah, looking a lot better, the weather forecast, than previously thought. As Kevin Magnussen has just done a purple first sector, proving that the conditions are improving quite a bit. And if it does stay dry for another 15 minutes or so, I reckon we'll see some intermediate tyres. As Mick Schumacher is pitted. Lewis Hamilton, by the way, has completed Sector 1. As Pierre Gasly goes up to P11 in the AlphaTauri. And Sebastian Vettel improves up to second on a 1:44.1. As Hamilton just coming through turn 11. And yeah, 3.2 seconds off. And even though Lewis Hamilton is probably, well, he is one of the greatest drivers of all time when it comes to wet conditions. Whether he is the greatest is arguable. Definitely. But yeah, he's definitely on the current grid, I would say the best in wet conditions. But in this Mercedes car, I'm not sure how capable he is of dragging it to a good position, as he only goes 17th with that first lap. But yeah, the sky is a lot brighter now. That rain shower that we just saw has passed over the circuit now, and there are a lot brighter skies than there were previously. As I didn't actually say, I don't believe on stream, that Mick Schumacher is now down to 5th because Kevin Magnussen has made a massive improvement on lap time and gone up to 4th place. And has done a purple Sector 1 as well. So not too bad pace there from the Haas in wet conditions. Obviously Magnussen, the only one, as they say to Latifi on team radio, no more rain expected. So yeah, now it is going to clear up. And that should see the introduction soon of intermediate tyres, which will be a good thing for the drivers. Because obviously that'll improve the grip they'll have out there in the conditions. But yeah, what was I going to say? Kevin Magnussen is the one who has the new Ferrari upgrade. So it's, important to watch out for what Kevin can do in that car, as it looks as though Max Verstappen is about to come out onto track as Sky F1 go back to another ad break. By the looks of it, they're just getting that ad break out of the way. because they know there's going to be a lot of running on track now that it is drying up. Vinster says Leclerc's engineer may have called it. Well, Leclerc's engineer was totally wrong. They said it was going to continue raining at quite a heavy intensity for like 30 minutes and then start to clear up, when it actually cleared up about 5-10 minutes later. So, yeah, terrible forecasting there from Leclerc's engineer. And I think we'll see Ferrari back out on track before the end of the session. They'd be stupid not to come back out on track, really, with the conditions now going to improve as the session goes on. Elias, I think it is, 777. Very hard name to pronounce, but I've tried at least. Says, I think Max is as good as Lewis in rain conditions. Actually, there's not much difference between these two in general. Both very, very good drivers. Vinster says, K-Mac has the upgrade. What is it? No details, super secret bits. It's not secret. It's a new side pod and engine cover. And it's very similar to this car on the screen right now, the Ferrari car. And it has been dubbed the White Ferrari in terms of its new upgrades. So we'll see how it does for them today. Yesterday, they weren't really that quick at all. But let's see when it really matters whether it actually does give them a lot extra pace. But when it comes to being, Max Verstappen and Lewis Hamilton and how they compare in the wet, Verstappen in wet conditions is very, very good and is great. There is no doubt about that. But I think Lewis Hamilton is just that bit better in wet conditions compared to Verstappen. I think last year, if we look at wet races or wet qualifyings, in the Emilia-Romagna Grand Prix, before Hamilton made his mistake in the dry, by going offline and going off the track last year, Lewis Hamilton was actually quite a bit quicker than Verstappen with a damaged front wing, which I think proves just how amazing Lewis is in wet conditions. And then, what was the other one? And then Spa, obviously in qualifying, Verstappen got pole, Lewis Hamilton finished up in third. And yeah, Verstappen did a great job that day, getting pole position. But yeah, I'd say based on what we've seen lately, it's close, but I would say Lewis Hamilton takes it. And if Lewis had a car just as quick as Max Verstappen, then I would say that Lewis Hamilton is more likely to be quicker in these type of conditions. Sky F1 finally come back from the ad break as Russell, they're just showing now, I think has just been out on intermediate tyres. And says no grip, struggling a lot, I believe. Which is not good. But let me just update what the current order is. So, is it the same as it was? It kind of is. Zhou is up to 11th. Let's see what Lando Norris does. Norris improves from P12 and goes all the way up to 4th position. But yeah, you've got now Latifi up to 11th in the Williams. And then Gasly, Zhou, Albon, Bottas, Ocon, Russell, Hamilton. Mercedes have got to try and put some sort of laps in, competitive laps in this session to get some sort of confidence going for qualifying. As it's going to be most likely a wet qualifying, as there is still quite a bit of rain around. So, and even in the dry, they don't have a ton of grip either. So they've got to try and get something going, I think, in this session. But not looking good for them obviously, at the moment, as just a replay slow-mo there of Lando Norris on his quick lap, which has put him up to 4th position. Now looking at Fernando Alonso, who is on the intermediate tyres, and I'm not sure... Oh no, he is on a flying lap. He's not improved his first sector though, but yeah, he is on a new flying lap, as Zhou Guan Yu is up to P7 in the Alfa Romeo. Obviously, Zhou, in the last 2 wet qualifying sessions, has done very well. Silverstone, he qualified, was it 9th, and then Canada in 8th, I think it was. So, look out for Zhou, as Alonso has not improved his middle sector either. Let's see what he does for the final sector, though. He's, 2.5 seconds off the pace compared to Charles Leclerc. So, if he has a very good final sector and improves it, he might be able to go a bit quicker than he did previously. Takes a very wide line through the final corner to get a good exit. And Alonso does a purple final sector, and I think does improve his time slightly, but does prove that the final sector has a lot more grip than it did. And this is a replay of Alonso through turn 2, wrestling with the car. Wrestling a lot with the car through turn 3 on the exit of turn 3. Almost, was on full opposite lock there to keep the car in line. Brilliant car control by Alonso, who still, his reflexes still absolutely at the top level. As we've got quite a few drivers on intermediates. You've got Vettel, Norris, Schumacher, Stroll, Alonso, Ricciardo, Gasly, Bottas, Ocon, Hamilton, and now Perez has come out onto the track on intermediate tyres. So, as Vettel there actually went off at turn 11 on the entry, going through the standing water on his intermediate tyres. But, yeah, it is definitely now intermediate conditions, as Alex Albon on the wet compound tyre has gone up to 6th. And that pushes Schumacher, Stroll, Zhou, Stroll, and Alonso at the back of the top 10. As Lewis says, there's no grip on this tyre. Not good. Not good at all. So also Max Verstappen out on track on an outlap, as Alonso improves his time and goes up to 8th. And then the rest of the order is as it is on my screen, as we've got 17.5 minutes to go in practice 3. And we've got a lot more running in this session than I expected, to be honest, which is good to see as the conditions continue to improve. Sebastian Vettel, though, running wide through turn 8 and on the exit. With Mercedes, though, we saw this yesterday, but we have seen this season, that not only do they not have good mechanical grip, but also as Vettel runs wide again at turn 11 and has to come back on the exit of that corner. But, yeah, not only with Mercedes, as Ricciardo says, he's got absolutely no grip at the moment. Interesting to hear these comments that there is absolutely no grip out there, but the track is improving in conditions, so it should be good enough for intermediate tyres. I mean, Alonso has improved on inters, so it should be good enough. But yeah, for Mercedes, the worrying thing is, not only do they not have good mechanical grip, or really any mechanical grip from their car, which is a big reason why they've been so slow this season, and obviously mechanical grip, very important in wet conditions for your pace. But also, mechanical grip does help with firing your tyres up, and they just don't have a good amount of that, the Mercedes. And yeah, they are having a lot of trouble firing those tyres up. And in wet conditions, if you can't get your tyres fired up properly, then you're going to have no grip. So Mercedes are in trouble today. They're in big trouble. I think they're in for a very bad day at the office. As Lewis says, my tyres are cold or something. And then response is, we are struggling to generate temp, rear axle in particular. Yeah. They just can't get the tyres warmed up. And that's why they've got no grip. That's why they are complaining so much about the lack of grip on the circuit. As Charles Leclerc is on an outlap on the intermediate tyres, and he's literally coming through the final corner now and about to begin his next flying lap. KG says Alonso Code Brown moment. Indeed. So Leclerc now comes into turn 1. And yeah, definitely a lot more grip than there was for Leclerc earlier in the session. And he should go much quicker than he went previously. As he comes through. Now, oh no, spins on the exit of turn 3 and does a complete 360 to Charles Leclerc. So I think may have just caught a slight bit of the white line on the exit of turn 3 as he loses the rear end again massively on the exit of turn 4. And that was surely, as KG would say, a Code Brown moment. But yeah, we'll see a replay, and I'm pretty sure he'll either put too much throttle on or he would have touched the white line. Nope, just put too much throttle on through the middle of turn 3, and that's what spun the car around. And then, yeah, tried to hold on to it, but then all he could do was just try and do a 360. And then through turn 4, lost the rear end massively again. As Perez and Verstappen, by the way, have done lap times, but they are at the very bottom of the timesheets. As George Russell completes the middle sector, and he's on a pretty quick lap on the wet compound tyre. I say that, and he goes straight on at turn 12, so he's absolutely blown that. As Verstappen is on a flying lap, kind of, on the intermediate tyres. And the thing is, the intermediate tyres, I'm pretty sure, will be the quicker tyre in these current track conditions. But also, if the track is in this condition later in qualifying, then I am pretty sure that Inters will be the best tyre for, as Russell puts on now, intermediate tyres. I'm pretty sure Inters will be the best tyre for later. So they've just got to try and stick it out, Mercedes, and also other teams that are complaining about the lack of grip. Because they need to try and get some sort of understanding of how the intermediate tyre is working or not working around this track. And here's a replay of Russell into turn 12. And he, yeah, just locked the inside front. Also got a bit too wide. And, yeah, got a bit too wide. And, it's funny because he was actually told on team radio, yellow, yellow, for, you know, letting him know there's a yellow flag. And then he was like, yeah, it's me, mate. As Max Verstappen is on another flying lap. And wouldn't be surprised at all, to be honest, if Red Bull were just running a heavier fuel load in these conditions. As Verstappen dancing the car through turn 8, 9, and 10. Now comes into turn 11 as the sun comes out. Well, if the sun comes out, then there'll be no choice to use intermediate tyres. That'll dry the track up massively. As Verstappen is probably going to go into the top 10 with this time if he has a decent final sector. Fernando Alonso does a purple first sector on the intermediate tyre. So the Inters are the best tyre for this track. And Alonso only 2/10 down on Leclerc after the first 2 sectors, as Max goes all the way up to P9 in the Red Bull. But, yeah, wouldn't be surprised if Leclerc there is knocked off the very top of the timesheet. As Alonso runs very wide in the final corner, but brings it back round to get a good exit. And Alonso comes to the line and goes second, but he did not improve his final sector. And we know that he did the purple final sector, I think, a few minutes ago. And yeah, he did. So he could, Alonso, have gone quickest there. But he's up to second, and he's only 0.2 of a second off the pace of Charles Leclerc. As we've got 10 minutes to go. And now we're looking at a replay of Perez locking up on the entry to turn 2. And now looking at Valtteri Bottas at the turn 6-7 chicane, going very slowly, but still lacking grip and skipping the chicane. As the top 10 is currently Leclerc, Alonso, as we've got Latifi is just in the fastest first sector. The top 10 currently is Leclerc. As Russell says, these tyres are just not working at all. They're so cold, how I don't know. As we've got a yellow flag in sector 2. Don't tell me that it is the GOAT. No, it's not. It's the man that is retiring at the end of the season. Sebastian Vettel, who has crashed at turn 8, I think. Is that turn 8? As we've got a red flag. Timer obviously will keep running, because it does in practice sessions, even if there is a red flag. But Vettel, turn 10, so I'm guessing has gone through too much standing water there. And it's gone off the track, and it looks as though his front right suspension is broken and actually lost the rear end way before turn 10. Then went off, and yeah, that suspension will be probably broken. But the car shouldn't be too badly damaged by that. So Vettel will have to get that car, or the marshals will have to get that car back to the pits very soon. Because obviously qualifying, once this session ends, qualifying will only be 2 hours away. And that obviously will affect many drivers on their attempts to go quicker. But yeah, the top 10 with 8 minutes to go. And I'm not sure, actually, there will be a restart to the session. I hope there will. But the top 10 is Leclerc, Alonso, Vettel, Sainz, Norris, Magnussen, Albon, Schumacher, Verstappen, and then Lance Stroll in P10. And then the rest of the order is Zhou, Ricciardo, Tsunoda, Latifi, and then Bottas 15th, Gasly 16th, Ocon 17th, and then Russell, Hamilton, and Perez completing the rest of the order. With 7 minutes to go in practice 3. Mika says session over. Yeah, there is a decent chance that that could be session over, but we still do have 7 minutes to go. By the way, just seen news that Charles Leclerc has been fitted a new exhaust system. That's his 8th of the season. If he has another one, which he will have another one before the end of the season, then that will be a penalty for Leclerc. So, yeah, Leclerc not too far away, I reckon, from another grid penalty for used power unit parts, or, you know, the exhaust system there. Leclerc is on his 4th power unit now, and started using this power unit at the Canadian Grand Prix, so he'll probably be taking an engine penalty, probably at Spa or even Zandvoort after the summer break. He definitely won't take one at Monza. They're not going to do that, because that would be disastrous for the home fans. As just having a quick look, see if there's any news about any other teams on Twitter. And no, can't see anything at the moment. But let's just see. No, there's nothing really on the moment. But yeah, very interesting to hear what George Russell was talking about with yeah, that the tires not just have no grip, and he has no grip on those tires, but that as the red flag, by the way, has gone away, so we might get a final couple minutes here of running. Hopefully we do. But I mean, if they can't fire those tires up, Mercedes, they're not just going to not miss the top. They're not just going to miss the top 10. Sorry, they're going to be miles away from, the top 5, top 6 on the grid. Because if you cannot fire tires up in these conditions, it affects your pace so much. Because it means you just have no confidence and no grip, and you're basically just struggling around the track, doing the best you can. So I honestly, I think Mercedes are in big trouble today. I think we could see them have their worst qualifying result on pure pace since they returned to Formula 1 back in 2010. As Vettel swiping his gloves, very frustrated with the mistake he made, but he should be okay to make qualifying. The crash wasn't too bad. As just showing the weather radar again, they are, and yeah, the rain that's coming in behind that big storm that has passed isn't really that much. It's just the occasional light passing shower. As yeah, we are back underway, and F1 coming back out on intermediate tyres, and we'll see if we get a couple improved laps in the final 3.5 minutes of practice 3. And reminder, guys, that as soon as this session finishes, then I will be getting into the build-up to qualifying, which will be, 2 hours long. And I do have some topics to get into. One of them being, actually 3 topics to get into. One being certain F1 journalists. The second one being some certain behaviour at the circuit. And some very disgusting behaviour from a certain person towards an F1 photographer. And I will also be showing one of my videos on screen that I uploaded a month ago to give me a slight break, and also to give you guys something to watch, and so you guys can also let me know, what you think of that particular talking point. But Max Verstappen, we're now looking at, is out on track on the Inters, and we'll see if he will improve on this tyre. Not everyone has come out onto track. Alonso, obviously Vettel is out. Alonso, Norris, Magnussen, Schumacher, Stroll, Tsunoda and Gasly and Perez are in the pits. Everybody else is on track. So we'll see if we get one final improved lap here. As 2 minutes to go, George Russell is going to, on the intermediate tyres, attempt to improve on 18th place. As he heads down to turn 1 now. And let's see what he can do. We know Russell is easily talented enough to be, elite in these conditions. But that car is, something else. Not in a good way. He comes through turn 2 now. And that Mercedes car looks to have a lot more grip than it did before the red flag. We'll see what his first sector time is like. And Russell slower in the first sector compared to his personal best. Now through turn 5. and gets a decent exit now into the turn 6 and 7 chicane. And decent grip through there, losing the rear end slightly on the exit, but that is pretty common in these conditions. And you gotta say, it's not, I mean, if this session went on for another half an hour or so, as Max Verstappen has done a stonking first sector, 9/10 of a second quicker than Charles Leclerc, and a purple first sector at that. What I was going to say was that if this session went on for another 30 minutes, I reckon we would have possibly seen dry tyres, because there is a dry line starting to form around the track, which is good to see. And maybe we'll see some dry running in qualifying if it really is clearing up a lot more for the afternoon. As George Russell comes to the line and improves, but only up to P10 in the Mercedes, which is not great, as the session is now over. As Lewis Hamilton improves up to 18th, but anyone who is still on a flying lap and has crossed the line before the checkered flag came out can finish their laps, as Charles Leclerc has done a purple middle sector. And here comes Max Verstappen through the final corner, and Verstappen goes quickest by 1/10.5. They lost quite a bit of time compared to Leclerc in the middle and final sector. Not really a surprise, as the Ferrari quicker than the Red Bull in those sectors, as Leclerc comes to the line and goes 1 second quicker than Max Verstappen on a 1:42.1. And yeah, the Ferrari in sector 2 and sector 3 easily quicker than the Red Bull, as Nicholas Latifi, the GOAT, has done a purple first and second sector. Will he do it? Here he comes, Latifi. Into turn 13. Please, Latifi, do this. This would be the best moment of the season. And he comes now into the final corner. Just Latifi, currently in 14th place. And he rounds the final corner. And Nicholas Latifi goes quickest by 6/10 of a second. Latifi, the GOAT. Of course he would end up quickest in these conditions. Latifi, I just love the guy. Absolutely love him. So he is quickest. Leclerc second. Albon has gone third in the Williams. Oh, the memes are going to be great after this. Verstappen fourth, and then Russell has improved up to 5th in the Mercedes, and then it's Alonso, Sainz up to 7th, and then Norris up to 8th, Vettel 9th, Magnussen 10th. Lewis Hamilton has improved, but only up to P11. As here's a replay of some of Latifi's lap. What a lap by the GOAT, Latifi. Latifi is the rain god. How funny is that? Well, how funny would it be if he actually did that in qualifying in like Q3, if he actually got through to Q3? Remember, in the last wet qualifying session at Silverstone, Latifi qualified 10th. So you never know what the GOAT capable of today. I'm sure Williams will be very happy about that, and they are. First and third in practice 3. But yeah, F1 at Williams smiling. So Hamilton 11th, then you got Schumacher 12th. Ocon is 13th. And then Ricciardo in 14th, Stroll 15th, Zhou 16th, and then Tsunoda, Bottas, Gasly, Perez. So, practice 3, guys, is over, and this is your final finishing order. So, Nicholas Latifi ends up quickest in the Williams, from Charles Leclerc in 2nd, Alex Albon 3rd, Max Verstappen 4th, and then the rest of the top 10 is George Russell, Fernando Alonso, Carlos Sainz, Lando Norris, Sebastian Vettel, and Kevin Magnussen. And then the rest of the order, Lewis Hamilton, Mick Schumacher, Esteban Ocon, Daniel Ricciardo, Lance Stroll, Zhou Guanyu, Yuki Tsunoda, Valtteri Bottas, Pierre Gasly, and Sergio Perez. And now I'll just quickly remove this and get that back on screen, and let me just update the amount of time remaining until qualifying begins. And it should, yeah, it is about an hour and 54 minutes to go until qualifying begins. Let me just update the text as well that I'm about to put on screen. There you go. So an hour and 54 minutes or so to go until qualifying does begin. I'll just quickly get rid of that as well and get this back on the screen. So before we get into, guys, the build up to qualifying, I am just going to quickly update the title, update the thumbnail, and then post a link back out on Twitter and on my community tab. So just give me a couple minutes and then we will get properly going here with the build up. I'll find the thumbnail that I did for this part of the day. And the thumbnail should hopefully now be updated to the qualifying live one. Let me just have a quick look on my YouTube homepage to see if it is updated. Overloads, and it does. Right, so yeah, just going to quickly post this out on my community tab and onto Twitter, and then we'll get cracking with the build up here. So make sure, guys, to stick around for the next couple hours as we build up to qualifying, and let me know in the chat, how do you think things will go in qualifying? Who do you expect to be right up the sharp end of the grid in these conditions for later? Let me know in the chat, and I'll make sure to read out your comments throughout the next couple hours. Tweeting out. I'm Jonas here for build up to qualifying at the Hungarian Grand Prix. And then just quickly getting the link posted out as well. Yeah, we'll get cracking. So there you go. That's tweeted out and that is posted out as well. But yeah, let me know in the chat, guys. What do you think is going to happen for qualifying? Obviously, we will get a lot more into the teams and building them up going into qualifying and how I think they will do, respectively. But, you know, once we get into the final, say, 30 to 45 minutes before the actual session begins. But we do have some things to cover before we get into, say, that part of the stream. I think we should just get really straight into it. So let me just find this bookmark quickly. How do you find your own bookmarks? I'm gonna see where. There you go. So what we're going to start with, guys, is looking at a couple F1 journalists and their takes on Twitter, because it was a big controversy on Twitter in the last few days, these certain journalists. Now, one of them I am going to defend because what they said or did wasn't actually that bad, and you know, there was a massive overreaction to it, and then the other one was a bit mental in terms of what they said. But let me just quickly show this on screen. Quickly. Make sure I'm not showing anything I shouldn't. Yeah. So, during, I think this was a couple days after the French Grand Prix, Chris Medland, who, if you watch Drive to Survive, Chris Medland, he's a brilliant F1 journalist. I follow him on Twitter, and if you have Twitter, you should absolutely follow Chris on Twitter because he really gives great updates as to what is going on in the paddock every day for a Grand Prix weekend. But he did this article about Leclerc's mistake and what sets Leclerc apart from his championship-winning rivals such as Max Verstappen and Lewis Hamilton. So let's quickly open up this article and just quickly read through it a bit because this caused a lot of controversy. So he, goes on to describe, what happened with Leclerc. And then he gets onto this part of the article just after, he deemed or says in the article that Leclerc made a mistake. And then this is the part I think that really gives, or has caused a bit of controversy with some people. So Leclerc, made the mistake that he made at turn 11. And then he said it prompted a colleague to say, you always feel Leclerc has got a mistake in him, don't you? And then he says he couldn't help but agree, but can't say that he was expecting such a big one to follow. Mistakes had appeared to be ironed out in the opening 3 races of the season when things were going so well. Leclerc put it down to the fact he finally had a car capable of winning races and being at the front, and wasn't having to overdrive it. And then made the point that Leclerc wasn't playing it conservatively in 2020 or 2021 because he was in a car that wasn't able to fight at the very front of the field. And then here we go. So let's get to this part of the article, which I think caused the most controversy on Twitter. So he says Ferraris cost Leclerc 2 wins due to reliability, but Red Bull cost Verstappen any chance of the same in the 2 of the opening 3 rounds. And then it says when Verstappen or Lewis Hamilton have been in a position to win races over recent years, they've executed. When the other has been beaten, they so regularly finished second to limit the damage. Individual mistakes that took him out of the race from overdriving have become so rare, even in the heat of a title battle, that you can't help but admire their consistency. And then basically in this article, and it's not a bad article. It's I'd say a good one, but it's nothing absolutely special. But essentially, the point he's making is that Charles Leclerc is not quite on that absolute top tier level with Max Verstappen and Lewis Hamilton, and is still got a mistake in him, and still doesn't quite have the consistency that he'll need really to fight with Verstappen and Hamilton for world championships. And even though this season I think Leclerc has been cost mostly by his own team when it comes to reliability problems, but also strategy mistakes from the team as well, let's not pretend like Charles Leclerc has been perfect this season, because he hasn't. He has cost himself at most 32 points, and at least I would say 25. Because, I wouldn't say it was an absolute certainty that he was going to win the French Grand Prix, but I would have definitely finished at worst in P2. But yeah, this caused a lot of controversy for some reason, as we'll get back onto here. So, the Racer mag, they posted the article, and then you can just see with these tweets here below, the outrage. So this person, obviously a Leclerc stan, saying great drivers don't make mistakes, and then points to these mistakes from Hamilton and Verstappen last season. But Chris makes a great point that the net loss to their title rival was pretty much nothing compared to what it would have been, say if Verstappen had not made contact with, or had made contact with anyone other than Lewis Hamilton. Hamilton, obviously, in this top right picture, which was at Imola last year, still finished in P2. So he is right in saying that even though these were mistakes, that, that they weren't costly, really, in the end. I will say, though, that Lewis Hamilton's mistake at Baku last year was probably the only costly mistake I can think of from him in 2021. And then you got this person saying if there hadn't been 2 engine failures with him close to winning and 2 strategy mistakes with him in P1, he'd be in the title fight, even with the 2 mistakes he has made this season. And no one would be making this kind of analysis. Well, I think people would, because he still would have cost himself some big points at the end of the day. And then, comments like this. Terrible article, you should be ashamed. This is so biased against Leclerc. Purely for saying that, that Leclerc still has a mistake in him and still isn't quite on that consistent level that Verstappen and Hamilton have been on for years. It's just incredible the amount of outrage that this article generated when what he said was nothing that bad at all. The only thing I disagree with here with Chris is that he said Lewis's error when it came to the brake magic in Baku was nothing to do with skill, which I disagree with. It's nothing to do with skill, but it was the driver mistake. But let's look at some other comments here to look at. Yeah, what an awfully written article. And then again, Verstappen and Hamilton made dozens of mistakes between them last season. But again, they don't understand that, again, there were mistakes made, but they weren't costly, really, except for, again, Hamilton's in Baku. And then this person on Twitter has quite a few followers and is a big, Ferrari person on Twitter, says a few objections. Why is everyone acting like this isn't Leclerc's first title bid? Leclerc has been prioritised by the team as their lead driver in a world championship fight, and reliability and strategy blunders have nothing to do with him having to drive on the limit to keep the fight alive. Now, yes, it is Leclerc's first title bid, but that doesn't excuse him from making silly mistakes like he made in France. Leclerc should have been prioritised by the team as their lead driver, but hasn't for some reason. But nobody is against Leclerc on that. Or, Chris is not against Leclerc on that. Leclerc should be made the absolute number one. And then, says reliability and strategy blunders have nothing to do with him having to drive on the limit to keep the fight alive. And then says, why is that everyone acting like that those things have nothing to do with him having to drive on the limit? There's a difference between driving on the limit and then just going over the limit. And with Charles Leclerc, we have seen in his F1 career, and yes, he is less experienced than Max Verstappen when it comes to fighting for the championship and just in general in Formula 1, but he should not be making these mistakes. But yeah, I remember seeing on Twitter this article being criticised a lot, and you can see a lot of quote tweets as well, 118. What Chris said here was absolutely fine and absolutely right. As long as Charles Leclerc makes these occasional mistakes, these big mistakes, then he will always be not a step below Verstappen and Hamilton, but not as successful. Simple as. So what Chris said here was absolutely fine. But let me know, guys, in the chat, do you agree with what Chris Medlin had to say? Does the mistakes that Leclerc's made occasionally, does that separate him from being right up there with Max Verstappen and Lewis Hamilton as, say, one of, if not the best driver in Formula 1? Let me know in the chat, and we'll get into your comments soon enough. But let me quickly now move on to this. You guys, if you're on Twitter, you may have actually seen this. This was pretty funny, but sad also. So, you may know YouTuber Aldas, obviously in the F1 community. He posted on Twitter asking a question. Who are the 3 least error-prone drivers on the grid, in your opinion, over the last 2 to 3 years? Drivers that seemingly never make unforced errors. And then I think he did a quote tweet that said that the number one or the number 3, the 3 drivers that were most commonly mentioned, I think, were Hamilton, someone else, and then Alonso in the top 3. And then Hazel Southwell, who is an F1 journalist and can be quite infamous at times. Occasionally I do see her trending on Twitter for something that she's got into with some person or something she said. Question that, saying Fernando, I guess recency bias may be a factor here, and then says, in my opinion, it's Lewis by a mile, and then Lando, both having an absolutely extraordinary rate of not wrecking cars, especially compared to peers and teammates until this year. Science was also up there. But then someone was just, saying, well, how come Alonso, why would you question Alonso being there? And then Hazel said, because he historically has crashed a lot. Now, this is wrong. Alonso has had crashes in his F1 career. There is absolutely no doubt about that. If you think back to, the last 2 or 3 years, I can't think of really any crashes Alonso has had that has been a proper driver error. And even in the last 10 to 15 years, Fernando has not made really that many proper big mistakes and is one of the most consistent drivers on track when it comes to not making silly unforced errors on track. So this is absolutely clearly wrong. And then there was a lot of people like, yeah, you're absolutely wrong on this. But, she's entitled to say this. But then she went on her personal Twitter, I think she retweeted or posted an article that she did, because she does post articles on, she does publish articles on racefans.net. She is, I think, technically now an F1 journalist. She used to be a Formula E journalist. I think she may kind of still be. And then we got to someone responding to her on Twitter, responding to one of her posts, saying, every respected motorsport journalist praises Alonso's abilities, and you say he is historically known for crashing while probably unable to name one incident without using Google. And then what she said after that was absolutely crazy. And the reason I am showing this is not because this is just a crazy comment. It's most importantly a crazy comment from someone who is a Formula One journalist and should not be saying these type of things. So this person, says that. And then Hazel says, because the person was called Alex, Hazel says, Alex, he needed someone to deliberately crash to try and win a 3rd championship. It is extremely legit not to lick his boots. This is so factually incorrect. It's unbelievable. Especially for an F1 journalist or motorsport journalist, whatever you want to call her officially, to get this wrong. Either she isn't educated on what Alonso was doing in 2008 and the whole Crashgate incident, or she does know and she's deliberately lying to make Alonso look bad. And I think comments like this, honestly, are really bad, and I would have to absolutely question the integrity of a person like this. Not a person, but their journalistic, rather, integrity, because you cannot, as an F1 journalist, say that when it is clearly factually incorrect. In 2008, Fernando Alonso was not fighting for the championship. In 2008, he finished, I think, 5th in the Drivers' Championship, or 6th. Let me have a quick look. And he did win 2 races that season, one of them being that Crashgate race, but those 2 races were right at the end of the season. Yeah, finishing 5th in the championship and finished 37 points behind Hamilton. That was, though, back in the day where we only had, 10 points for a win, and then 8 for second, 6 for third, 5 for fourth, and then so on and so forth, back down to 8th place. So this would be like saying Lando Norris in 2020 or Carlos Sainz in 2020 were fighting for the championship, when they clearly weren't. They were pretty much Renault that year, except for the final 3-4 races that season, a midfield team. So to say what she said is so categorically wrong It's unbelievable. Again, that an F1 journalist would say this. If the reason she said this is because she isn't educated, then I mean she should be, because you have to be educated on what has happened in Formula One with all the drivers in their history, to really cover it well. But if she isn't educated on it, then she isn't educated on it. But secondly, if she actually does know that that is not true, then this is just horrible what she has said, and it's basically her trying to drag Fernando Alonso's name through the dirt, just to score Twitter points, which is absolutely disgusting, in my opinion. So, yeah, what was said here was terrible, and I would have to question, no doubt, the integrity of Hazel when it comes to her journalism, because, again, the only way I could let her off in some way would be if she wasn't educated on the situation. But I struggle to believe that she could, that she isn't educated. She surely should be if she's an F1 journalist. But this was truly mental, what I saw on Twitter, and just disgusting from a journalist to say this. It really, really was. And hopefully this person doesn't make comments like this in the future, which are clearly wrong, and just drag drivers' names through the mud just for Twitter points, because that's all this was. Absolutely terrible. But let me know in the chat, guys, what did you think of this comment, and what did you think of Chris Medland's article there and the reaction to it? And do you agree with Chris when it comes to, what he said? There's a couple more things, though, that I want to get into before I come to you guys in the chat. Let me just try and find it quickly. Yeah, just trying to see if I can find a certain clip. There was a clip going around yesterday in one of the fan parks of Verstappen fans yet again burning Lewis Hamilton merchandise, which wasn't good. And then also we had this, which I'm going to show, which is absolutely disgraceful. This guy, Mark Thompson, is using an F1 photographer for Getty Images. Getty Images, everyone knows who Getty Images is. If you, I'm sure you've seen Getty Images and their logo before. And he's just taking pictures, trackside for the race. And let me just quickly go to his Twitter account and show that. So, someone else posted pictures of this altercation he had with a security guy. For some reason, the security guy is getting in his face and being all confrontational. And then you can see here, with also some drawn blood just above his lip, was slapped across the face by this just fat cunt. That's all I can call him. And you can even see here Corinne Chandhok saying, "What the fuck, are you okay, mate?" Just absolutely disgraceful. And these two just look like absolute thugs on the left-hand side, security guys. This is disgraceful. Two security guys slapping around a photographer. What is a photographer really going to be doing that is dangerous or bad? All they're doing is taking photos trackside. Just, honestly, I don't know what the world's coming to, especially F1 races. We've seen such appalling behaviour F1 races in the last few races that it's continuously putting me off going to Grand Prix. I mean, I am going to still go to a Grand Prix in the future, but I'm definitely not going to go to the Hungarian one, not just because of this, but also the country itself is a pretty extreme country now in terms of its politics and just the way they operate. But yeah, this is absolutely disgraceful, and hope this guy is thrown out for some in some way, shape, or form, because this is totally wrong. And yeah, I saw that this morning, and I was like, this cannot be serious. This cannot be real. What I'm seeing here, but it is. It looks as though, and yeah, hopefully this bold guy is thrown out. Yeah, let me know, guys, what you thought of all of that I just showed you on the screen. And I'll just quickly update the timer. Because we've got 90 minutes to go until qualifying begins here in Hungary. So yeah, let me know in the chat, what did you think of the Chris Medland article, the Hazel Southwell tweets there, and that F1 photographers being slapped and assaulted at the circuit yesterday? Let me know in the chat, because that is, yeah, I cannot believe that an F1 photographer was actually assaulted. Literally, I've seen them trackside at Grand Prix. They don't do anything. They just sit there, take photos. They don't do anything else other than that. They literally are the most, or the least threatening people you'll ever meet or see. And it is a great job, by the way, to stand trackside and take pictures of the cars. So, yeah. No idea. Frank says, how Red Bulls has Lewis crashed? How many Red Bulls has Lewis crashed into in the last 4 years? Yeah, 3 or 4. But the thing is, they didn't really cost him, did they? Obviously in 2020, he was going to win the championship anyway when he hit Albon at the first race, and then when he hit Albon in Brazil that time, he had already won the championship. And then with Verstappen, with the contact he had made with him, it cost him at Monza, but at Silverstone it didn't cost him anything. Actually gained him a lot of points in the championship scrap. Lab Gorilla says Latifi on pole would be hilarious. It would. It would be the biggest meme going if Latifi got pole position. Vinster says, mentioning a bootlicker makes me think she's woke. That says it all. Yeah. If you go look at her Twitter, she is woke. Which, I mean, I don't necessarily have a problem with certain woke things. I am myself more on the left wing side of political space, but I'm not like super left wing. I'm a lot closer to the centre than I am anything else. But yeah, she is one of those people on Twitter. Twitter is infested with a lot of people that lose their shit when it comes to people, other people disagreeing with them on Twitter. What do you think of McLaren's chances this Grand Prix? I still think they're good. I mean, I know in practice 3 they weren't that high up the order, but I think they will be McLaren. And by the way, I'm just currently looking or watching the W Series race. They're about to get started. It looks pretty dry. Or not pretty dry, but dry-ish on the pit straight. So I reckon we could get a dry qualifying later. And whether it's dry or wet, I think McLaren will have the pace to be right up there in the top 10 with both cars, and probably have Norris in the top 4, top 5 on the grid. James Joe says, journalists should have consequences on their words and action, even on Twitter, which is not a serious place of the internet. Jim plus X99 says, did the photographer say something stupid? No one would just come up and slap without context. The thing is, let's say the photographer did say something. Is it really worth assaulting someone? I mean, you've got to be a pretty already, I think, mentally violent person to be slapping people. I mean, it's not like the photographer was like pushing him about and, you know, saying some really derogatory things, and we haven't heard anything about that. But I don't think, even if the photographer did say something to him that he didn't like, it's not justified at all. James Joe says, instead of sorting out the disrespectful fans, the security are hitting innocent photographers. There's a big problem with F1 management now. Indeed, there is. I mean, they've just posted a video, all the teams and F1 saying that they want to try and kick out discrimination and hate on social media when it comes to the F1 community. Good luck with that, because it's full of it and it always will be. The F1 community is just as bad as the football community on Twitter. So yeah, good luck with that. It's not going to work. But yeah, if you can't sort out your own security, assaulting photographers at a circuit, then I don't see how you're going to sort out, making social media for F1, the F1 community, a better place. And I think it's incredibly rich and ironic of them to be talking about this when they still race in places like Saudi Arabia and Bahrain. Astro Steva says, just arrived and heard this, baffled by it, haven't heard, sounds appalling, why, just why? Yeah, no idea, to be honest. McLaren F1 race, great to see you, says, afternoon, Shazza and people, Jesus, when I just got up, a photographer assaulted, wonder if Kim Ilan or Ilam will cover that on his next few videos. If it does get covered on YouTube, that would be great, to be honest, because it would, it would give attention to something that shouldn't just go under the carpet as though it didn't happen. Astro Stewart says, there must be more to this slap, surely, something we don't know, wouldn't happen for no reason, would it? The thing is, you say that, I mean, I haven't had any negative experiences when it comes to security men or bouncers. I've never been to a nightclub, so I wouldn't have any experience of that. But I have seen plenty of clips, even from where I live, of security men or bouncers just assaulting people for no reason, really, or being way too aggressive with people. And a lot of people who get involved in the security business are just meatheads on steroids. So I honestly think there's a good chance that it was just completely unprovoked, or not completely unprovoked, but definitely uncalled for, because we do see this quite a lot in other parts of life. Track workers are supposed to demonstrate restraint, says Vinster. Yeah. I mean, again, if let's say the photographer did say something he didn't like, if you go and assault the guy, then you're letting him win. If he's really said something that offends you. Despicable behavior from an already elitist sport. Yeah. I mean, I still think it's hilarious that that Formula One do this whole, we race as one, and try to make Formula One more inclusive, when the way Formula One is, it's never going to be inclusive to everyone, because, like you said in chat, and like I've said before, Formula One is the most elitist sport on the planet by far. Nothing comes close to it. You have to be, you can't be poor and get into Formula One, even if you've got the talent. I mean, there are instances as drivers where certain drivers have got into Formula One despite not being from a middle class or upper class background. But yeah, it's a very elitist sport, no doubt about that. Lab Gorilla says, looking at that security guard, he's the ideal Hungarian man, especially in today's Hungary. Yeah, well, I saw someone on Twitter in the replies to a quote tweet about it, saying that the security company it looks as though he works for is actually used by the government in Hungary as well. And obviously the government in Hungary is a really bad one. So, yeah, not really surprised that the security are pushing around people and assaulting people, when if you look at the politics in that country, that's pretty much what they want to do to most people anyway. And I will say that that since with the way the Hungarian or the country of Hungary has gone politically in the last few years and the place it's become, I definitely don't want to attend this Grand Prix in the future. I would have attended it if I was my age now, 10 years ago. But with the way that country is now and how much or how much less safe, I guess you could say it is, towards, you know, a diverse group of people, I am absolutely not for going to this Grand Prix at all, which is a shame because it is actually a pretty good event to go to that I've heard from other people. But yeah, I'm not sure I actually would like to spend time in the country given the way it's gone. But one thing I can say in regards to going to Grand Prix is that I will be, guys, most likely going to a Grand Prix next season. Don't know what Grand Prix yet. It's going to be obviously a European race. It's not going to go to an American race or obviously a Middle East Grand Prix or anything like that. But yeah, there is, I say, a decent chance at best at the moment. Obviously, the calendar's not going to be confirmed until the start of December. But yeah, I'd say there's a decent chance that I'm going to be going to an F1 race next year. Which will mean, obviously, that I'll have to miss a weekend of doing this stuff. But I will try and bring it to you in the best way I can through, you know, videoing my experience and the cars and all of that. McLaren F1 race says, Kim's a reputable F1 photographer and covers all the Grand Prix. It's very difficult to be accredited to become a trackside photographer. That guy that was hit must be reputable to get where he is. Weird. Yeah, well, like I said, to be a security guard or security guy, whatever you call it, you've got to be have a bit of that thug in you, I guess. Let's have a look quickly on Twitter to see if there's any news I can bring you other than Nicola Latifi is the GOAT. And if you did miss, by the way, practice 3, Nicola Latifi ended up quickest in practice 3 by 0.6 of a second. So, yeah. Will that continue in qualifying? Let me know, guys, in the live chat. But with about an hour and 17 minutes to go now until qualifying begins in Hungary. As, by the way, I am watching currently the W race, or W series race, the women's series, and they are on, what tyres are they on? As someone there has spun and hit an advertising boarding under the safety car. I think they're on dry tyres. Yeah, they are. They're on dry tyres in the W Series race. So the current track condition does point to a dry qualifying at the moment, but there is still some rain in the area. So don't go assuming just yet what the conditions are going to be. But what I'm going to do, guys, is I'm going to take a quick break and I'm going to play a video that I uploaded on the channel about a month ago, and it's a video that you guys may have seen. It's called Why Max Verstappen, or Is Max Verstappen a Red Bull, set to dominate Formula 1? And I get into in this video why I think they are over the next few years. It's about 11 or 12 minutes long. And let me just quickly play the video just to see if you guys can hear it. In what may feel a long time ago, but was in fact only a decade ago, there was a team that... could you guys hear that? And I'll just get rid of the countdown timer there because I have to reset it anyway. Yeah, just say yes in the chat if you could hear that fine and there was no... it wasn't too loud or too quiet or anything. And then I'll play that and have a quick 10-minute or so break before we get into qualifying itself. And quickly look on Twitter to see if there's any other news I can bring you quickly. Can't see anything at the minute. Yes, okay, that's good. Right, so I'll play this video, guys, and then when it's over, I'll come back and make sure during the video as it's playing, and as well after it's finished. Make sure to let me know what you thought of what I had to say in the video. And remember, this Max Verstappen video was uploaded in between the Canadian and British Grand Prix, so about a month ago. So do remember that when watching the video. And again, make sure to let me know your thoughts as to what you think of what I had to say. And yeah, I'll be back in about 10 minutes or so. In what may feel a long time ago, but was in fact only a decade ago, there was a team that had only been around for a handful of years, already smashing and crushing any opposition in sight in Formula 1. That team was Red Bull Racing, as their Adrian Newey designed cars with some young, supremely talented German at the wheel dominated F1 from 2010 to 2013, with it all ending with the beginning of the V6 hybrid era. Since 2014, it was a rough road to where they now find themselves, with only glimpses of what they used to be being seen only a few times in the space of a few years. Once a more suitable engine supply was found, though, the gap to them and championship success began to dwindle. And eventually in 2021, they finally won their first drivers' or constructors' title in 8 years of Max Verstappen's drivers' title success. And in the new era of racing in 2022, despite the Bulls in close competition with the prancing horse, they already have a commanding lead after 9 races in a championship battle that is very much heading in only one direction. But now Red Bull are seemingly back to their best, with superstar driver Max Verstappen at the wheel. Are the team and Max Verstappen set to dominate the series for the next few years? I will try to answer that in this video, but guys, remember, if you do like this video, then make sure to smash a like button below. Give me a comment down below as well, and if you are new to the channel, don't forget to subscribe also. Now, here are the reasons why I do believe Red Bull and Verstappen will dominate F1 for the next few years. We'll start with the team and how firstly they got into their current position. So after a tricky few years, they got their lucky break in 2021 as the regulations were tweaked enough for Red Bull to finally be able to fight for a championship, and they would be going up against the greatest team in F1 history, looking for their 8th consecutive drivers and constructors titles in 2021, Mercedes. They would take their 8th constructors title in a row, but were slayed on the driver's side, with Max Verstappen winning his first title in very dubious circumstances, let's say. Despite that, it was a great season for Max and the team as they headed into a completely new era in 2022, thinking that they had another big fight to win even just one of the titles on offer. But something happened in 2022 that nobody saw coming. Mercedes' performance fell not just way below expected, it practically fell off a cliff. And even though Red Bull are a great team, it certainly let them off big time. Because taking their place in fighting against Red Bull for a championship was a Ferrari team returning after a couple years of banter to provide us with more false hope and comic relief, with the only difference in 2022 that it would be of higher quality than it was in 2020 or 2021. And without any surprise, Ferrari delivered their usual hackery, which is why the current title standings look exactly the way they do. For the next few years, the only team Red Bull needs to seriously sweat over is Mercedes returning to form, as they still have a brilliant team personnel-wise and the best driver lineup on the grid, but currently just don't have a fast enough car. My view is that Mercedes probably next year will be title contenders again, and possibly until the next set of new regulations in 2026, but won't be as strong as they were in the past, which still gives Red Bull good chances at winning championships. But if Mercedes stay where they are right now, which is possible but I would be massively surprised by, then all Red Bull have to do is make a car at worst that is as quick as the Ferrari car, and then wait for the inevitable. That should result in a few titles for the future, unless a team from the midfield comes out of nowhere and wins the championship, which is unlikely to say the least. Now on to Max Verstappen, who I believe is heading for his 2nd driver's title this year, but by the time his current contract at Red Bull ends in 2028, he will likely have a few more titles by then. And as long as Red Bull offer Max a car until 2028 as good as it is currently, then Max will be fine. Max Verstappen is entering the prime of his career, and the only man that can stop him is coming to the last embers of his career racing for a team that has seen its best years. If Mercedes don't provide Lewis Hamilton a car to fight Max for the championship next year or beyond, then Max should be the new dominant force on the driver's side, as the only two drivers other than Hamilton that could challenge him don't exactly have the greatest situations. Charles Leclerc in an equal car or an equally competent team could absolutely beat Max to a couple championships. Leclerc has proven this season to be an amazing qualifier with 6 poles in 9 races so far in 2022, and is improving all the time and maturing all the time. And when you compare his talent to Verstappen's, he is certainly good enough to take down Max. Unfortunately, Leclerc is imprisoned in the hell known as Ferrari until the end of 2024, so he will be handicapped in a fight with Max for the near future. The only other driver who could challenge Max is George Russell, who is definitely talented enough to do so, but is also relying on his team to give him the goods. Like I said earlier, Mercedes, I believe, will improve. They won't be this bad, say for next year or the years coming up, but I don't see them returning to what they were in 2019 or 2020. But when I look at the grid, realistically, Leclerc and Russell are the only drivers that could challenge him given the right circumstances. And even then, Max is, for me, still just a slight bit better than those two. So it is advantage Max. I know people might say, well, what about Sebastian Vettel or what about Fernando Alonso? Those two drivers are also coming to the end of their F1 careers, and also it would take something special for Alpine or Aston Martin to become a team as quick and as good as Red Bull. Instead of me though just saying if this and if that, let me lay out how I think the top teams are going to do between now and 2026. So for this year, Red Bull and Verstappen have things wrapped up, but next year we will see, I think, a repeat of 2021 with Mercedes and Red Bull fighting tooth and nail for the two main prizes again. That battle will result in Lewis Hamilton getting his revenge, winning a record 8th Drivers' World Championship, cementing himself as the undisputed greatest driver of all time, and then riding off into the sunset. This will then leave Max for 2024 and 2025 with Leclerc and Russell as his main rivals, but I think Max wins in both of these years for reasons previously mentioned. Charles's contract does end at the end of 2024, so for the following year and beyond, it will be interesting to see what he decides to do. If Leclerc does decide though to leave and join, let's say, Mercedes, then that really could affect Max's chances of multiple titles going forward, as Leclerc would then be racing for a much more competent outfit. The only other teams that have the potential to join the top teams before 2026 as top teams, I would say, are McLaren and Alpine due to their current position in the midfield and the quality possessed at both teams. All that is needed at this point from both of those teams is a faster car, but for me, between now and 2026, Max is most likely to achieve the most success out of anyone. At the end of the day, what we're starting to see with Verstappen is what he was destined to become. Max is not just another good or very good F1 driver. His talent and ability puts him in a different league. He has, Verstappen, the talent and ability to become one of the greatest drivers of all time, and certainly the skill necessary to dominate an era of Formula 1. Now, whether he will actually go down as one of the best drivers of all time, I don't know. There is still a long way to go in his Formula 1 career. Maybe he won't be as good at the end of his career as I expected. That is possible. But he does have everything you need to accomplish that. Fangio, Stewart, Prost, Senna, Schumacher, Vettel and Hamilton are some of the drivers to dominate their own respective eras, and that is now Verstappen's destiny. But do you guys think Max will fulfill that destiny? Let me know in the comments section below. But guys, until my next video, it has been me, ChazzaHD. Goodbye. Right, so there you go, guys. That is that video. And yeah, I uploaded that a month ago, or just over a month ago. I'll just get the timer back on the screen. And we have 65 minutes to go. An hour and 5 minutes to go until qualifying does begin. Yeah, so let me know in the chat what you thought of what I had to say in that video. Do remember though, when watching that video, that yeah, a couple of the stats in the video obviously are not quite correct now. In terms of the championship standings you saw briefly, and also that Leclerc thing with him having a certain percentage of pole positions this year. Because obviously that was uploaded before the British Grand Prix, so just do remember that. But I think most of what I said is still true right now. And yeah, let me know in the chat what you thought of what I had to say. Will Max Verstappen dominate Formula One for the next few years, say until now until 2026? And how many championships do you think Max Verstappen will have between now and when his contract ends in 2028? Let me know in the chat. I reckon when we get to the 2026 season, when we'll have, Red Bull and Porsche now together, most likely. Porsche are apparently going to announce their partnership with Red Bull for 2026 on August the 4th, which is next Thursday. So make sure to, keep updated on social media for that news that will probably come around next week. If it don't come out next week, though, it'll probably come out sometime in August. But I reckon before 2026, say between now and the end of 2025, I think Verstappen obviously win the championship this year. And then I think he'll win in 2024 and 2025, the championships. And then I think probably will win a championship in 2026 or 7 with Porsche being the power unit supplier. I don't think, though, when Porsche come on board, Red Bull will be as dominant, because obviously Porsche, they haven't been an engine supplier in Formula One since the early 1990s, when they had a disastrous project that went nowhere. So it's going to take some time for the Red Bull team and the Porsche manufacturer to really get to grips with each other. Apparently, just seeing on Twitter, according to a Dutch F1 journalist, Mick Schumacher will replace Sebastian Vettel. And they are currently negotiating, but that's what Jack, I can't say his last name because I just can't pronounce it, but that's what that certain Dutch F1 journalist had to say. But yeah, let me know in the chat what you thought of what to say, and what you what you think's going to happen for Verstappen championship wise between now and when his contract ends at the end of 2028. Can't wait for the GOAT's 8th title, says Triband. Yeah, I did actually predict, didn't I, that I think Lewis Hamilton will win his 8th World Championship next year, and I stand by that. I do think Mercedes next season will bounce back big time and will be a title contender once again. But yeah, we'll just have to see next year, won't we? And Lewis Hamilton this season has proven that he is still performing at, his absolute best level. It's just the car is so bad, and there's nothing really he can do about it at the moment. But yeah, I absolutely believe he'll win an 8th World Championship next season. Vinster says Leclerc chokes in the long run. I don't think he has it. I think he does. I just think he needs to, because the thing is, he has made a couple big mistakes this season, but he hasn't been making them as frequently as he has previously. So he has improved on it. Just hasn't improved enough to be, at that Verstappen-Hamilton level when it comes to not making mistakes and being so consistent. So he's getting there, and I think he absolutely has the pace and the talent. I just think needs maybe another year or two to really get to his absolute peak. Because even though his mistakes, I don't think we can tolerate them this season. The couple big ones he's made. I think we have to remember that he is still quite young, and it is his first championship battle experience. Dingbat Toe says, but Max is an entitled tosser. And Dingbat also says, where did he say it? I thought he said something else in the chat. Yeah, he said he hasn't won any championship yet. I mean, yeah, I agree that, you know, last year that Lewis was screwed over in that race. There is no doubt about that. But when you look at the season overall, objectively and from an unbiased point of view, I think you'd have to say Max Verstappen was the better driver in 2021. And that's why I think Max Verstappen was the deserving champion of 2021. Because over the course of the season, he was a better driver. In that race, absolutely Lewis Hamilton was screwed over. But let's not pretend like Lewis Hamilton was the deserving winner of the championship last year based on the whole season rather than just one race. Because, yeah, he needed a lot to go his way to get back into the championship fight last year. Vladimir says Leclerc at Mercedes would be the dream and would give him the structure to win. If Leclerc can get into a Mercedes team in like 3 years from now when his contract would be over, with Ferrari obviously, that would be, I reckon, his best chance at winning a championship. If he stays at Ferrari, he's not going to win a championship, I don't think. Not because he's not good enough, but because the team just is not capable of doing that. So, yeah. I just don't think Leclerc and Ferrari will be a championship-winning duo. Leclerc, 70 poles and so few wins now. Worst conversion rate poles to wins ever, asks Astro Stevo. Maybe. I think the only other one I can think of is Juan Pablo Montoya in 2002. That year in the races, Ferrari dominated. Ferrari won. I think there was 16 or 17 races that year, and Ferrari won 15 of them. I think Williams won one and McLaren won a race as well. But Montoya had pole position at like 7 or 8 races that year. I think it was Brazil, Monaco, Canada, Silverstone, France, Monza. And he didn't win any of them. He actually didn't win a race that season. So I'd say that's probably the worst pole to win conversion rate we've ever seen is Montoya in 2002, which was not necessarily down to him. It was more so the Williams car being terrible in the races and having no grip in the races compared to what it would be like in qualifying. Prank says, you forgot Clark on list of great solid opinion based on facts. Lewis won't win next year. I'm a Max fan, so a bit biased. That list I went through at the end was not me, by the way, going through a list of the greatest drivers. The drivers I listed are the ones that have dominated an era. If you look at Jim Clark never actually dominated an era of Formula One. Yes, he won the championship in, was it 1962? Or 1963 and 1965 for his 2 championships? Let me look. Oh, no, it was 63 and 65. The thing is, though, he didn't dominate that period because you had, Surtees win in 64, then Jack Brabham won in 66, I think. And then it was, who was it in 67? In 67, I think it was Denny Hulme, and then Graham Hill in 68. Obviously, Jim Clark passed away in 1968. But Jim Clark, despite being a great driver, one of the greats, no doubt about it, he never dominated an era of Formula One, which wasn't necessarily down to himself. It was more so down to problems with the car at times. I mean, I'm just looking through his results now. In his last full season before he sadly passed away, 1967, he finished 3rd in the championship. He won every race he finished except for 2, and then there was 5 other races that he didn't finish, where he probably would have won 2 or 3 of them. So, yeah, he didn't, he would have dominated if it wasn't for other problems, but I don't think we can look at Jim Clark and say he dominated that era. in the 60s, to be honest, no one really dominated because you had lots of different winners. Obviously, Phil Hill, Clark, Brabham, Graham Hill, Denny Hulme, Jackie Stewart. Yeah, Surtees, obviously, plenty of new or different drivers in that era. And yeah, the ones I mentioned, what was it? Fangio, Stewart, Prost, Senna, Schumacher, Vettel, Hamilton. Those are the only F1 drivers that have dominated an era of Formula One that I can think of, really. Right, let's find some other comments here. McLaren from Race says, Leclerc imprisoned at Ferrari, burned Maranello, but Chazzy, you're spot on. I'm eating my words. I thought Max was hyped up, but he's more capable of at least getting as many as Seb. Yeah, I think he will get definitely as many as Vettel in his career at the absolute worst. And funnily enough, obviously Sebastian is on the screen now. But I think in 2028, Verstappen will have probably 5 championships to his name. Will Max Verstappen go down as the greatest of all time? It's going to be close, but he's going to have to keep this up for like the next 10 to 15 years, really, being consistently championship level, which I think he will be for at least the next 10 years. Will Max. So, yeah, I think Verstappen will be absolutely fine. Like I said, I think by 2028 he'll have, or the end of 2028, Verstappen will be a 5-time world champion, which would be, I mean, we've only had, 2 or 3 drivers get to 5 championships. 3 drivers, obviously, Hamilton, Schumacher, Fangio. And if Verstappen got to 5 championships in 2028, I'm pretty sure he would be the youngest driver ever to win 5 world championships. Vladimir says, I agree with you. Next year is Mercedes coming back strong and giving Lewis the car to win the 8th. And like I've said previously, I'll update this picture quickly so you can actually see the bloody car. I've said previously, and I am actually going to do a video on this in the summer break. I don't believe Mercedes are going to turn up next year with a car like this. I think what they'll probably do is come up next year with a different concept. Not one that is a new one that no one else is doing, like what their car is. It's their car is a very unique one in that they're the only team with that concept of design. I think next year you'll probably, if they're really smart about it, you'll see next year them probably copy the Red Bull side pod design. Or even maybe the Ferrari one. I wouldn't be surprised at all if they copy that design. We've seen so many times this season other teams copying, even McLaren copying that design of side pod, and we've seen, massive improvement of pace. So it would make total sense for Mercedes to do that. But in regards to my summer break content, I do want to quickly talk about that. I will talk about this tomorrow as well, so people absolutely know what my plan is for this summer break coming up. So obviously this weekend is the last Grand Prix before summer break, and then the summer break starts on the 1st of August, which is Monday, and ends on the 25th of August, pretty much. So between then, or between the 1st of August and the 25th, I have 6 videos planned to come out. The videos are as follows. So the first one will be a Lando Norris video, and then it'll be the ones after that will be a Carlos Sainz video, a Daniel Ricciardo video, Pierre Gasly video, and a Mick Schumacher video, and then the final video will be a Mercedes one. So those are the videos planned for the summer break, and there will be occasionally a stream here or there. On Monday, obviously, when I posted my schedule on Thursday for what my plan was for the Grand Prix weekend, I did put Hungarian Grand Prix review for Monday if there is anything to review. That is now changed. I will be going live on Monday at 6 p.m. UK time, and what I'll be doing is covering the season so far, and there will be hopefully a couple other streams scattered throughout the summer break. So there will be plenty of content on the channel, guys. Don't worry about that. Yeah, like I said, 6 recorded videos and then probably 2 or 3 streams at least. Right, let's look for some other comments here quick. If I can. Actually, let me just clear my throat and then I'll get to your comments because I'm feeling a bit wheezy. Alright, that should be better. Let's see if we can find some other good comments here. Dingback Toe says, I know what you mean, but it was a terrible way to end the year. Max is undoubtedly fast, but I just feel he will revert to aggression if he doesn't have the fastest car next year. Maybe, but if you look at last year, yes, Verstappen, when he was racing Hamilton, was very, very, very aggressive. But Lewis still could have done better last season to win the championship. Like I said earlier when I was talking about Chris Medland's article, he could have not made the mistake he made in Baku, which, yes, was nothing to do with driver skill, but was a clear mistake with him accidentally selecting that brake magic, I think, button or leaving it on. So if he had not made that mistake, Lewis would have won the championship by like 10-15 points probably. So Lewis, yeah, could have done better. Rooksfoot says, up to 2028, I think Max will get this year's plus 4 more titles, taking his tally to 6. Then up to him whether to continue with a new contract or team. I think Verstappen will continue in Formula 1 past 2028. I know he did an interview with, what do you call it? Was it with the Daily Mail? And he was talking about how he might retire by the time his contract ends in 2028. I don't think that's going to happen. What I think he will do is he'll stay with Red Bull till 2028. There's no way he's leaving Red Bull. Red Bull is his team in the same way Ferrari was Schumacher's team, in the same way Mercedes is Hamilton's team. Yeah, he will stay at Red Bull till then, and then if he has, say, 5-6 championships, what I think he'll do is he'll sign, if Red Bull is still very competitive and competing for the championship regularly, then I think what he'll do is he will stay at Red Bull, sign a new contract for another 3-4 years, and then if he wins another couple championships, then I think he'll probably retire after that. Because we have to remember, even though, yes, you've got Alonso on the grid who's 40 years old, and Hamilton is, what, 36? 37? Max Verstappen has been in Formula 1 since he was 17. So by the time he gets to his mid-30s, he is going to be, what, 18 years into Formula 1, and he will be probably exhausted of being, you know, in the limelight like he has been for so long. And I think, you know, if he has the ability to win the most championships in F1 history, then I think what you'll see is him, you know, if he can get it, you know, get the most championships and break the records and then dip out. I think Verstappen will probably retire from Formula 1 in 10 to 12 years from now. I mean, in 10 years from now, he's going to be, what, 34? So, yeah. I reckon about 10, 11, 12 years from now, I reckon you'll see Verstappen retire probably with 6 or 7 championships. And that's only if Red Bull remain as competitive as they are now. Grandmaster Yoda says, Lewis have not one title without the fastest car. Max is about to win 2 with a slower. I don't quite agree with that. Verstappen and the Red Bull, yeah, was slower than the Mercedes car last year. And he did great to take it to the end of the season. Because it was looking as though in that final quarter of the season, as though Mercedes had easily a good enough car to win the championship, but Verstappen was able to keep it so close until the end. And yeah, this season I would say Ferrari have had the better car compared to Red Bull. But if you look at Lewis Hamilton, I would not agree that Hamilton has always had the best car. 2008, I think the Ferrari was the better car. Massa, though, did get pretty unlucky that season. So I wouldn't say Hamilton necessarily deserved that championship more than Massa did. But I think Hamilton did deserve the 2007 championship because he was a lot better that year than he was in 2008. And then I'd say 2018, I think, was one of, if not Hamilton's finest hour, I guess you could say, in Formula One. When the Ferrari car was, I would say, quicker than the Mercedes that season. I know people keep saying that no, the Mercedes was quicker that year. If you go back and look at that season and the first, 14, 15 races, Ferrari had the better car that year. There's no doubt about it, in my mind. Let's see if I can find any other comments here in the chat. Astro Stevo asks, how good might Ascari, Rint, or Clark, or so many others have been had they lived, not been killed back when drivers dying was a regular thing? We had lost so many lives each season. With Jim Clark, I think Clark would have ended up going down as a 4 or 5 time world champion, because if you look at the Lotus car, and how good it was until say 1974-ish or 75, Clark probably would have won the championship in 68, and then probably in 1970 and 72, and maybe 73 as well. So, yeah, I think Jim Clark probably wins 4 or 5 championships if he didn't crash and die at the Hockenheim Ring in 1968. Jochen Rindt also probably would have won another championship for Lotus. And Ascari may have won another championship as well, but I think Jim Clark is the biggest, one of the biggest losses that we've had, obviously, for Formula One, because of what he could have achieved and would have achieved had it not been for that, deadly crash. But in terms of the biggest loss, it still has to be Ayrton Senna, because, I mean, for how great Senna was, for him to only, to end up on 3 world championships is way below where he would have actually ended up. He would have ended up, Senna, probably with about 5 or 6 at least, given that he was in the Williams car and the Williams team in 94. And if he continued with Williams for another 3 or 4 years, he would have ended up winning definitely a couple more championships in his career. Triband asked, Chazar, I got a quick question. Which 3 tracks are your favourite? 3 favourite tracks, I would say, is Silverstone, Suzuka, and Spa. Those are my 3 favourite tracks. McLaren F1 Race says, I wonder if Mercedes are getting concerned with the increased type of Porsche entering with Red Bull. As always, F1 uncoordination led to a legal leak from Morocco that Porsche joining Red Bull. Yeah, I think Mercedes will be concerned to a certain extent, not just about Porsche, but Audi as well. Because Audi look to be most likely buying out the Sauber team progressively over the next 3 years, and then will be in full ownership and in full charge of the Sauber team, which is currently now obviously Alfa Romeo, for 2026. I think that's also something to worry about. Let's let's read out some more comments, and then we'll get on to the build-up to qualifying. Nello Angelo says Max won his first championship controversially, and this season Red Bull's had the better car in terms of reliability. Lewis had 3 world champions as teammates and beat them all in more sessions. Not mention he did it in the same car as them. Yeah. When it comes to comparisons between Hamilton and Verstappen, I don't think we can really make that comparison for another few years yet. Carl Kyle Halford asks, what do you see Mick Schumacher doing in his career? I am going to save that the answer I was going to give for a video that I'm going to upload in the summer break. So if you want to know, then check out my Mick Schumacher video that I'm going to upload in probably a couple weeks from now. And I will go into, how I think Mick Schumacher's career will go and how good I really think he is. Nello says seasons, not sessions. Apologies, no problem. And I think that is all of the comments in chat. So I think I will now move on to previewing, guys, what is going to happen in qualifying. So let me just quickly post out the link again on my community tab and also on Twitter, and then we'll get cracking into this final 40-minute build-up to qualifying itself. So let me just quickly post this out, and then we'll start, and obviously start at the very front. And let me just quickly do the hashtags, which obviously on Twitter are very, very important. And then we will get this show properly on the road. And there you go. So all the links post out. And let's now get into the build up to qualifying, which, as you can see, starts in 38 minutes time. And I can tell you that it is dry at the circuit, bone dry. And if the rain stays away, it will be a dry qualifying. But it will be dry on a completely fresh, green, pretty much racetrack. Yes, the women have just been out there racing, but they wouldn't have laid that much rubber down, given they didn't do an absolute ton of laps out there on the track. So, yeah. Going to be a very interesting qualifying session. So let's get into how I think the teams are going to do. We'll start off with Red Bull Racing. And if you look at the dry running from yesterday, Red Bull were about 2.5 to 3 tenths of a second off the pace of Charles Leclerc and Ferrari. And even though we see that Verstappen and Red Bull do tend to improve their pace on a Saturday compared to a Friday, Red Bull do tend to be a bit conservative with the amount of engine power they use on a Friday. I think, despite Verstappen and Red Bull getting closer to Ferrari today, I think Ferrari, over a single lap, will have just too much pace compared to Verstappen and Red Bull. What Verstappen has got to do is get ahead of Carlos Sainz. That is the main aim, I would say, for qualifying today. If he can get pole position, that's great. But really, a front row would be a good result for Max Verstappen, and I think he does have the pace for it as long as he nails his laps in Q3. Sergio Perez, he has had a very poor and tricky weekend. Had a lot of problems yesterday with the balance of the car, had lots of understeer, and obviously understeer here at the Hungaroring is a very bad problem to have. So let's hope he has fixed that, or they have fixed that overnight, because if he has that same problem today, then he is going to be quite far behind his teammate and not really in the action helping out Red Bull with both as a team to get the best result possible for the Grand Prix as well. But yeah, I think Verstappen will probably end up in second place today, and Sergio Perez will end up most likely in, I don't know, 5th or 6th, I think. And like I said, I just don't think Sergio has that great pace around the Hungaroring this weekend. And when you look at history, Perez has never really been that quick at the Hungaroring. So it's not necessarily that big of a surprise. Going to quickly, though, clear my throat, and then I'll get on to the rest of the teams. And yeah, we'll go into Ferrari now. And yeah, Ferrari, they are the favourites of pole position. There is no doubt about that. Charles Leclerc is looking very good in the Ferrari car, looking quicker than Carlos Sainz, which I have to say is a surprise, because we have seen Carlos here in the past be very quick. I know last year Carlos crashed in qualifying. That was quite embarrassing. But in previous weekends here, Carlos has been very, very quick. Was 5th here in the race in 2019. Finished on the podium last year after Sebastian Vettel's disqualification, despite starting in 15th place. And also for Toro Rosso, finished in like the top 6, 7 on the grid, or in the race results actually, here in Hungary as well. So Carlos Sainz has always been very quick here, so I am expecting Carlos to be a bit closer to Charles Leclerc. But I think when it comes to who is going to be on pole position, you are looking right here at the man who will be on pole position. And yeah, they have the pace in Sector 2 and Sector 3. Ferrari in Sector 2 especially, just looking too quick compared to Red Bull, and have a lot more rear-end downforce than Red Bull seemingly have in that middle sector. And as long as no mistakes are made and Ferrari produce the pace which is there, then they should be fine. They should be at least getting pole position. But really, if they can maximise their pace and performance with both drivers, they should be getting a 1-2 here in qualifying, because the pace from both Ferraris is, I think, possibly that good for this qualifying session. We'll now get into Mercedes, and Mercedes are in big, big trouble. In practice 3, both drivers were complaining a lot that the tyres were not just not warming up, they were just stone cold, and they had no grip whatsoever. Obviously, that was in wet conditions, but even in the dry yesterday, we were hearing an absolute ton of complaints from especially George Russell, complaining that there was no grip into turn 1, constantly locking up, and that the tyres were not firing up either. And with these track temperatures not being that hot, being, I think, just below 30 degrees Celsius for the track temperature, which for Formula 1 cars is not that hot actually, they're going to have a big problem today. Because if they can't get those tyres fired up enough, meaning they won't have that, extra, say, 4 or 5 tenths of a second that they would have if the tyres were properly fired up, they could end up, Mercedes, getting one of their cars knocked out in Q2. They are in that much trouble, I think, in this session. And we're going to have to look out for them to see just how bad they will be. I don't think we'll see in this session Mercedes suddenly being right up there with Ferrari and Red Bull. I don't think that's going to happen at all. I think they're going to struggle today, and I don't see them getting anywhere near Ferrari and Red Bull on the grid, and I don't think they'll be anywhere near as quick. They'll be at the absolute closest, like 1.2 seconds off the pace in qualifying. I just don't see how they can get any closer than that. Obviously, last week in France, what was that sound just then? I just heard a weird sound then. I don't know if it was my mic playing up. Anyway, I have no idea what that was. You guys may have heard it on the stream. Anyway, yeah. What was I going to say? Yeah, Mercedes, they're not in a good condition for today. They won't be anywhere near the pace of Ferrari and Red Bull. And compared to McLaren, I think McLaren will be quite clearly quicker. McLaren seem to have a lot more pace today. Or not today, but this weekend around this track. So, yeah, I think they'll be in a tricky position, Mercedes. The best thing I can see for this team is them getting both cars into Q3, but ending up, say, I don't know, 6th and 8th, maybe at best. That's the absolute best I can see for Mercedes in this session. Let me know though, guys, in the chat. For the top 3 teams, how do you think they'll do today? Can Red Bull get pole? Can Max Verstappen get pole? Is the Red Bull good enough for that to happen? Do you think Ferrari are the favourites to get pole position? I think that, obviously. Do you think that as well? And for Mercedes, do you think they will suddenly improve on the pace we saw, the very poor pace we saw in practice yesterday, where, they had no pace at all, really, and were struggling even in practice 3 when it came to firing the tyres up? Let me know in the live chat. But I'll quickly move on to McLaren. And McLaren, we have got to look out for today because their pace yesterday was so good. They looked on pace even with Red Bull in practice yesterday. Now, I don't think that'll be the case today. I think Max Verstappen will definitely finish ahead of the 2 McLarens. But I think there's a possibility, especially if, a couple drivers, say Verstappen or Sainz or Leclerc and Sainz, whoever, are not quite at their best in qualifying today and are not too confident with the track not being in a great condition, they might have a chance, McLaren, at a top 3. They really could have a chance of that. Obviously, Lando Norris in practice 2 yesterday was in 2nd. And like I said, in practice 2 was right on the pace with Red Bull and half a second quicker for the ideal lap that I'll show later on than Mercedes. So, I think McLaren will be the 3rd fastest team today. And I think Lando Norris will qualify in 4th place. That's where I'm predicting Lando to end up. But like I said, I think there is a chance he could end up 3rd. If he really bangs out a great lap and, say, Sainz doesn't quite get the best out of his lap, which we have seen at times in 2022. But look out for McLaren. They're going to be very, very quick today. Daniel Ricciardo also, he should be quite comfortably in the top 10 as long as he has no real big issues. He won't be as quick as Lando, but he will probably end up in, 7th or 8th at worst. If he could qualify in 6th or 7th, really, that'd be good enough, I think, for the McLaren team. So, looking very good for them. And it looks as though, for the first time since Imola, that McLaren are quicker than Mercedes, which is great to see. And with this new upgrade, obviously, they brought to the French Grand Prix last weekend, clearly improving their car, McLaren are definitely in a much better position for it. Let me know, guys, in the chat, how do you think McLaren will do today? And what is the best result, realistically, you think McLaren could get in qualifying today? Let me know in the live chat. And we'll now just whiz through the midfield teams. Alpine, they're looking quick, but just not as quick as McLaren, which is why it might seem as though Alpine are not that quick this weekend, if that makes any sense. But they still do have good pace. Fernando Alonso has been consistently in the top 10 this weekend. The only thing really that could be improved upon is Esteban Ocon being a bit higher up the order, because in practice 2, Ocon was, 12th or 13th, I think it was, in practice 2. So if Ocon can just do a bit better than that in qualifying today, that would be very nice. And for Alonso, as long as he keeps up his great performance and pace that we've seen so far this weekend and so far this season, then Alpine should be fine. And I think Alonso will be probably 7th or 8th on the grid today. But I do think that a 6th or even a 5th may be possible if he really pulls out a special lap, which we know he can around this track. Remember, he's had pole position here in Hungary twice in the past, in 2003 and 2009 as well. Technically did in 2007, but he cheated, really, to get that pole position by blocking teammate Hamilton in the pits. But yeah, I think Alonso will definitely be in the top 10. But if this man, Esteban Ocon, the race winner of this Grand Prix last year, can get in the top 10, then that would be a good damage limitation performance in qualifying for Alpine. whilst McLaren are just, the main rivals, just much, much quicker. For Alfa Romeo, their pace is decent, but to be honest, I don't really see a great result for them today, dry or wet. I think really, if they're going to get in the top 10, it's going to be in the race. So I think you're most likely going to see Alfa Romeo just outside the top 10. Alfa Romeo have brought an upgrade to this Grand Prix, a new floor, which has improved their pace, but not by much, only a tenth or maybe 2/10 at the most by the looks of it to me. So yeah, not enough of an improvement really to see this team back comfortably in the top 10 like they were a few races ago in 2022. Haas F1 have a new upgrade, obviously. This you can see with Kevin Magnussen's car, the new side pod and engine cover. And yeah, this new upgrade that has been dubbed the White Ferrari, and this car has now been dubbed the White Ferrari because of the upgrade, is only on Kevin Magnussen's car. So do watch out for the comparison between Magnussen and Schumacher today to see just how quick they are with the upgrade. They weren't quick at all yesterday in practice 2. They were miles off the pace in practice 2, which maybe is down to them just collecting data more so on their new upgrade rather than really pushing their car. I don't know, but yeah, they weren't quick at all yesterday. So I want to see a big improvement today from Haas and Magnussen, but I'm not sure how much of that we will get. We just have to wait and see whether they do improve. AlphaTauri have been terrible this weekend. Yuki Tsunoda wasn't too bad in practice 3, but now with it being dry, AlphaTauri won't be anywhere near the top 10. Their car has been absolutely terrible in this Grand Prix weekend. Aston Martin, sorry. We'll move on to next, and yeah, here is obviously Lance Stroll. Aston Martin have a controversial new rear wing, which creates more outwash, but does create for them more downforce and reduces drag. And it is working very well for them. Sebastian Vettel did obviously crash at the end of practice 3. That was disappointing. But the pace of the Aston Martin is definitely much improved. They've improved their car by about half a second compared to what it would have been like without this upgrade. So looking good for Aston Martin. And if you are an Aston Martin or a Vettel fan or a Stroll fan, then you should be quietly confident, I think, for today. So, yeah, if you're an Aston Martin fan, I think you're going to be pleasantly surprised about what's going to happen in this qualifying session coming up. Hopefully, Sebastian Vettel's front and rear suspension wasn't broken too badly and he can get out on track. And, the performance or handling of the car isn't affected too much because his pace yesterday was very good. He ended up in, was it 7th or 8th place in practice 2? So, yeah, it would be nice to see Sebastian, who, of course, this weekend has announced that he's retiring from Formula 1 at the end of the year. It would be nice to see him, get a good top 10 here and then a good points finish tomorrow around a track that he has had great history around. Obviously, Sebastian won here in 2015. And 2017 for Ferrari. Never won here for Red Bull, though, even though he had pole position a couple times here. But he's always been very competitive at the Hungaroring. And he did finish, really, on merit, second last year in the Hungarian Grand Prix, but was disqualified for a technicality that his team was found guilty of. And by the way, if you're wondering when qualifying is, it's what it says on screen. About 20 minutes away we are from, or 21 minutes away from qualifying beginning here in Hungary. Yeah, with the new upgrade, Aston Martin have watch out for them because they could be a bit of a surprise today. And for Williams, even though the GOAT, Latifi, ended up quickest in practice 3, because it's now dry, I don't see Williams really being able to do much of anything today, and I think they have, without a doubt, the the slowest car this weekend. They were quite clearly slower than even the lower midfield teams in practice 2 yesterday in the dry. And obviously with qualifying taking place by the looks of it in dry conditions, looks as though Williams are going to be at the very back. Interesting to note, though, that Latifi in practice 2 and practice 3 was quickest compared to Albon. So, yeah, it'd be interesting to see if Latifi keeps that up in qualifying and possibly the race as well, because you never know, could save his F1 career. But I'll go back onto these pictures and let me know, guys, in the chat, with 19 and a half minutes to go, what is your prediction for qualifying today? Who are you going for your top 5? And if you want to give me your top 10, then go for it, but at least give me your top 5. I will, reveal mine. So I'm going to go Leclerc on pole, Verstappen second, Sainz third, Norris 4th, and Perez 5th. That is my top 5. And then the rest of the top 10, I wouldn't even dream to predict, because it's going to be incredibly close between the 2 Mercedes, 2 Alpines, maybe an Aston Martin, maybe an Alfa Romeo, you never know. Yeah, it's going to be a very close and exciting session, even in dry conditions here in Hungary. And qualifying normally here in Hungary is pretty exciting. As Ferrari just getting Charles Leclerc's car ready for the session. But yeah, let me know in the chat, guys, what you think is going to happen. For anyone, though, who is new watching to the stream and to the channel, make sure to subscribe to the channel for more content like this, because we do qualifying and race watch-alongs for F3 Grand Prix in 2022. And yeah, if you are new to the channel, then make sure to subscribe on the bottom right of the screen. You can click subscribe right there. For everyone watching, don't forget to smash the like button and also share this video and channel everywhere you can to help the channel grow. And as well, check out, after this stream, my last recorded video, which is down in the description, about how Charles Leclerc must leave Ferrari at the end of 2024. Once this stream is over, make sure to go check that out after we're done here. Let's have a look in the chat to see what you guys are saying. And yeah, make sure to post your predictions and I'll get to them now. Triband says Leclerc, Sainz, Verstappen, Perez, Hamilton for the top 5. Basil says Leclerc, Verstappen, Checo, Norris, Sainz. And Rooksfoot says Latifi, Verstappen, Sainz, Latifi, Verstappen, Leclerc, Sainz, Russell. That would be truly mental if that did happen. But yeah, for everyone who is watching, make sure to post in the chat what your predictions for qualifying are. McLaren F1 Race says Leclerc, Norris, Verstappen. Astro Stevo says predicts his top 10, saying Leclerc, Sainz, Hamilton, Norris, Ricciardo, Russell, Perez, Vettel, Tsunoda, and Verstappen P10. Crash in Q3 probably won't happen, but hoping. Well, that's a pretty ambitious prediction, but you never know. It is possible. We have had a couple little surprises here in qualifying in the past. What do you call it? I remember back here 8 years ago in 2014 when Jules Bianchi pushed Kimi Raikkonen out in Q1 in a Marussia. This shows how great Jules would have been had it not been for his sad accident at Suzuka later that year. But yeah, what a performance that was. That was arguably better than his points finish in Monaco, to be honest. And obviously Max Verstappen's pole position in 2019 was a very special one because nobody expected it. And yeah, we've had some good moments in qualifying here in the past. And I think we have had here in the past as well, teams who have not ended up with the fastest car for the year end up having great success here. Vinster says Leclerc, Verstappen, Hamilton, Perez, Sainz for his top 5. Gary Tay says Leclerc, Sainz, Norris, Ricciardo, Max. Dane says Verstappen, Hamilton, Russell, Sainz, Alonso. Tree Hugger says Leclerc, Hamilton, Sainz, and yeah, Bianchi, a legend taken away. Absolutely, that was what happened was so sad. And Hank M says Leclerc, Verstappen, Sainz, Norris, and Magnussen for his top 5. The saddest thing about it, and just shows you as well how time flies, is in just over 2 years from now will be the 10-year anniversary of his accident. That accident felt like it only took place 3 or 4 years ago, so for it to be almost 10 years is mental, how time has flown. But yeah, it's such a shame what happened to Bianchi, because he would have ended up with a Ferrari drive probably in 2016 or 17. And then who knows where Bianchi would have gone after that. But yeah, such a shame. Definitely a massively lost talent. And also, obviously, Antoine Hubert, who obviously died in that F2 race in 2019. He was a big talent as well. Part of the Renault or Alpine Driver Academy. And you never know, he could have been an F1 driver as well, and been a pretty good one at that. So, yeah, we've lost a couple really talented drivers over the last 10 years or so. Yeah, 10 years it is coming up in a couple years' time. Again, mental that it's been almost that long. Biologist says, anyone up for a 24-hour race at Spa tonight? If I watched an entire 24-hour race, I'd probably die of a heart attack, to be honest. But if you can enjoy it, then go for it. Let's see if there's any other predictions in the chat. If you haven't posted a prediction, by the way, for qualifying, then make sure to post it. Say in the next 10 minutes, and then I'll make sure to read it out. Clipper Flip says, where is this stream from? Like, site? I don't quite know what you mean. If you're talking about the session, then I don't know. I don't know how to help you, I guess. And let me see if I can find anything else. And no, I can't find any other comments at the moment in regards to predictions for qualifying. So what I'm going to do for the final 12-13 minutes, as the clouds, by the way, have got dark again, so we might see a little sprinkle of rain. But let's get into some final little graphics and stats before we get into qualifying here in Hungary. So let's quickly look at this. This is the last dry session we had, practice 2 yesterday, and here are the sector time data from yesterday. So comparing Ferrari and Red Bull definitely in sector 1 yesterday were conserving when it came to the power unit, because because they shouldn't be that slow in sector 1. In sector 2 and sector 3 though, Ferrari were quite clearly quicker than Red Bull. Yes, in sector 3 it was close, but in sector 3 you can't really conserve on power and lose anything in terms of lap time. So I think that is genuinely the pace between Ferrari and Red Bull. And Ferrari, yeah, in sector 2 and sector 3 around this track do have a better car compared to Red Bull. And Ferrari are the favourites because of this data, really, from yesterday. With Red Bull, I think, being the second quickest team. But yeah, comparing McLaren and Mercedes, you can see sector 1, McLaren almost a full quarter of a second quicker than Mercedes. Not just because of the slow corners, is because Mercedes are, slow in that sector, but also because I think Mercedes are having trouble firing their tyres up, and that will be playing a part mostly in sector 1 at the beginning, obviously, of the lap. But even in sector 2 and sector 3, the McLaren is quite clearly the better car. In sector 2, McLaren were 0.2 of a second quicker, and then sector 3, almost 0.1 of a second quicker. And for the ideal lap, and by the way, credit to Lights Out Blog F1 blog on Twitter, or lightsoutblog.com, for this graphic. McLaren half a second quicker for the ideal lap yesterday in practice too. I do not see Mercedes suddenly closing that, or going quicker than McLaren compared to what we saw yesterday, because we heard plenty of complaints in practice 3 that the grip of the car, even in the wet, just wasn't there, and I don't see how they're going to just turn it round in this session. So yeah, I think McLaren will be the 3rd fastest team, and then in dry conditions it should be then Mercedes 4th, and then Alpine, I reckon, hovering around Mercedes, but most likely the 5th quickest team, just ahead of Aston Martin 6th, and then Alfa Romeo, Haas, AlphaTauri, and Williams. That should be the pecking order for the Hungarian Grand Prix qualifying session. The only things that could change is, based on, how quick Mercedes are in qualifying. Maybe they will be a lot closer to McLaren today. But the only other things that could change is maybe Aston Martin getting ahead of Alpine, maybe Alfa Romeo getting in there, and also possible improvements from Haas F1 as well. But looking pretty exciting, I reckon, for qualifying, given what the pecking order I think is for qualifying. Again, at the front of the field, it's as expected, but from the 3rd quickest team down to like the 7th quickest team, it is very close and very exciting. We're gonna get a great battle today when it comes to all of those teams. But let's now get into some final stats before we get into qualifying itself here in Hungary. Max Verstappen has 1 pole position from the Hungaroring in 2019. A fantastic pole position it was that weekend. Red Bull have taken pole in Hungary 3 times since 2010, and since 2010, compared to Ferrari, do have a better record of getting pole position, and Red Bull have taken 33% of pole positions on offer in 2022. Ferrari, though, clearly the team for qualifying in 2022. Leclerc, though, has never taken pole position at the Hungaroring, so be looking for his first pole today. Ferrari's last pole position in Hungary was in 2017 with Lewis, not with Lewis Hamilton. They wish it was with Lewis Hamilton. With, Sebastian Vettel. And obviously that weekend, they locked out the front row and got a 1-2 in the race as well. That's what they'll be hoping for in this Grand Prix weekend. And Ferrari have taken 66% of pole positions on offer so far in 2022. For Mercedes, they have a great record here in Hungary, despite the lack of pace they have showed this weekend. Lewis Hamilton has taken pole position 8 times at the Hungaroring. That is an incredible record to have. 8 pole positions, and those pole position years were 2007, 2000 and 07, 08, 2012, 2013, 2015, 2018, 2020, and 2021. So those are the 8 pole positions for Lewis in Hungary. Mercedes have taken pole position 7 times in Hungary since 2013. That had a great record here, have Mercedes. And their last pole position in Formula 1 was in Saudi Arabia in 2021, which feels a long, long time ago. And given how good McLaren have been so far this weekend and how good I think they could be, let's get into McLaren's stats going into this session. Lando Norris, his best qualifying result in Hungary is 6th from 2021. McLaren's last pole position in Formula 1 was in Russia last year in 2021, and they really should have won that Grand Prix given how good they were in Sochi in late September of 2021. And their last pole position, if they can fight for pole today, their last pole position in Hungary was in 2012, 10 years ago, with Lewis Hamilton. And that weekend, they got pole position, and Lewis just about hung on for victory ahead of Kimi Räikkönen in the Lotus. And now we'll finally get into the championship standings before we get into qualifying proper itself. So the driver's standings, here they are. Max Verstappen leading by 63 points coming into this Grand Prix weekend from Leclerc second. Perez only 7 points behind Leclerc in third. Carlos Sainz in fourth. George Russell fifth, only a point behind Sainz in that position. Lewis Hamilton a lot closer to the drivers ahead of him in sixth place. Lando Norris is seventh. Ocon eighth. Bottas ninth. And Fernando Alonso in 10th. And then in the Constructors' standings, Red Bull almost 100 points clear of Ferrari in the Constructors' Championship. Ferrari only 44 points clear of Mercedes in second. Mercedes then obviously in third. Alpine are fourth, 4 points clear of McLaren. McLaren definitely need a very good qualifying result today. Because we know, very hard to overtake here at the Hungaroring. And we know that... if if McLaren can get, say, a fourth and a sixth or a fifth and a sixth in qualifying today, then that would give them a very, very high chance of a big points haul tomorrow in the Hungarian Grand Prix. Alfa Romeo are sixth on 51 points, seventh, the Haas on 34, AlphaTauri 8th on 27, Aston Martin 9th on 19 points. Maybe with this upgrade they'll start to move up a bit, and then Williams obviously are dead last, and they will finish Williams in last in the Constructors' Championship. So that is all of the stats and data and championship standings going into this qualifying session. And I'll just quickly get rid of that and redo it quickly. So we've got 4 minutes to go, I think, just about, until qualifying does begin. So let me know, guys, quickly in the chat, who do you think is on pole or going to be finishing on pole position today? Let me know in the chat, and I'll make sure to read out your comments quickly. Let's have a look to see what you guys are saying. Dane asks, where do you think Haas will qualify? Probably both cars getting knocked out in Q2, I'd imagine. Biologist says, Ricciardo should have never left Red Bull. Sad to see how he's doing at McLaren. True, but I can understand why, obviously, he decided to leave. Because he wanted to try go it alone and take a chance. And I admire him for taking a chance. Because that is a very brave decision to take that chance and try out other teams that might not be successful. And obviously he left a team that was already at the front or near the front of Formula One. Dylan Forrest, still great to see you, says Gotifi. We need rain, it'll make it so much more fun. It will, but I think we'll still have some fun, to be honest, in the dry. And Astro Stevo says, Red Bull gave Ricciardo the cursed car, made it very clear it'd be number 2 to Max. Even in hindsight, I reckon he did the right thing to leave. Jay Keane says, Sainz will get pole, Leclerc versus Verstappen for second. That's interesting. That'd be similar, obviously, to Silverstone. But qualifying is about to begin. Air temperature 21 degrees, track temperature only 26, which will be bad news for the Mercedes team. And I think as the clouds are darkening, I think we'll get rid of these graphics quickly and get up the other ones. There you go. And obviously, this is the running order from earlier in practice. And yes, if you did miss practice 3, Nicholas Latifi went quickest, which was incredible effort by him. And Q1 will be beginning in a couple minutes' time. And I'm sure you'll all know that Q1 is a 18-minute long session. I'll sync the timer up at the 17-minute mark, and I'll get the dotted line out as well quickly. Illustrate where the cutoff zone is. And I'm hoping this dark cloud does not ruin the action in any way. And there you go. Let me just increase the size of it quickly. That dotted line. Yeah, there you go. So that dotted line you can see on the left-hand side, in between Stroll and Zhou. As hold on, I need to just quickly. Very annoying that I have to do this, but my TV was about to shut off then, so I just need to shut my TV off and then turn it back on again. Yeah, that dotted line in between Stroll and Zhou obviously indicates where the drop-off zone is, and anyone below that dotted line, which currently is Zhou, Tsunoda, Bottas, Gasly, Perez, if it ends up that way at the end of Q1, you guys know that that'll be obviously the final finishing order in Q1, and those drivers will be out as we are about to get underway here in Hungary. So strap in, guys, for what's going to be a very interesting session. By the way, thank you, Dingback Toast, saying good stream. Thanks, man. No problem. Great to have you along. Jay Keen asks, who's competed out of curiosity in the most F1 races without ever getting a point? Is it Latifi? I'm not sure about that actually. I'd have to research that. Latifi did have points, remember, last year. He finished at this Grand Prix 7th in the Hungarian Grand Prix. So I'm trying to think who would take that record. Narain Kartikeyan, maybe? He'd be up there. Because he raced in, 2005 and also 2011 and 2012, I think. Yeah, I'm not sure who would take that record. I don't think anyone would want that record, but the session, guys, has started and the cars have come out on soft compound tyres, and they need to get out there straight away to avoid any possible rain, really, as they've got Sebastian Vettel's car ready and all the Aston Martin mechanics congratulating one another for getting Vettel's car ready after crashing in practice 3. Obviously, he crashed right at the end of the session, so impressive stuff there. But I'll sync the timer up to what it is in the session on screen in just a moment, as we've got a Red Bull and Mercedes coming out now as well. And there you go. So there is 17 minutes to go in Q1. Paul James Squibbs asks, who is the favourite to replace Vettel at Aston Martin? It appears to be Mick Schumacher, but I'm not sure it actually will be. To be honest, for Mick, I think it'd be a better decision for him to stay at Haas because, he'd have a clearer route to then, obviously, the Ferrari team, still being part of the Ferrari Academy. If he goes to Aston Martin, I think he is surrendering himself to years of midfield toil. As Kevin Magnussen is the first man to start a flying lap here in qualifying. Let's see how this new white Ferrari is going. As he already through turn 1, now into turn 2. Very good turn 1 he had, was right on the apex. Turn 2 is decent. Obviously flat through turn 3. And obviously has done the quickest first sector, as he's the only man, I think, so far to do a lap. There's about 4 or 5 other drivers now on a flying lap, and somebody else has done a purple first sector, which I think is Sebastian Vettel in the Aston Martin. So good to see he's not lost any confidence from his little accident. As Magnussen now comes through turn 11 and does a 57.8 so far for the lap. We'll see how that compares to the Aston Martins in a moment. As Magnussen coming through the final couple corners and overtakes quickly a Red Bull who's about to start their lap. And Kevin Magnussen rounds the final corner. And Magnussen goes, obviously, quickest. So let me just update that. Kevin Magnussen currently P1. On a... Oh no, Lance Stroll now goes quickest in the Aston Martin. I'll let you know what the lap times are like. The quickest lap time of the weekend so far in the dry was a 1:17.5, I think, in practice 2 yesterday. It's currently Stroll, Magnussen, and then you've got Tsunoda up to P3. So let me just update that. Tsunoda up to 3rd. Valtteri Bottas has gone quickest now for Alfa Romeo. As Mercedes here of Lewis Hamilton is about to complete a lap and does go quicker and goes quickest on a 1:19.7, which I've got to say is not a very quick time at all. It's Max Verstappen has done a purple 1st and 2nd sector, and Verstappen goes quickest immediately on a 1:19.0. So Verstappen is quickest currently from Lewis Hamilton in 2nd position. George Russell goes up to 3rd, and then it is where is Valtteri Bottas? Oh no, Sergio Perez now goes 4th. Reminder though, the lap times they're doing right now is nowhere near the pace they were doing as Pierre Gasly's coming back into the pits, so he must have some sort of issue on his lap. The lap times they're doing right now are nowhere near as quick as they went yesterday in practice 2, so they should be going really at least a couple seconds quicker at this part of qualifying. But your top 5 is Verstappen, Hamilton, Russell, Perez, and then Valtteri Bottas is up to 5th as Ferrari are now coming out on track, I think. And then, it's Bottas 5th, and then Stroll, Magnussen, Tsunoda, and then Zhou is up to 9th with Albon in 10th, and then Vettel 11th, and then Gasly in P12 and Latifi in 13th. So only 13 times on the board. And top 10, Verstappen, Hamilton, Russell, Perez, Bottas, Stroll, Magnussen, Tsunoda, Zhou, and Albon. As we're currently looking at Lando Norris and Esteban Ocon on a flying lap. Norris only half a second off Verstappen after the first 2 sectors. So he's on course here, Norris, to go probably 2nd with this lap, as Ocon a lot slower compared to Norris in the middle sector. It just shows you how quick the McLaren is, as he gets a decent toe to the line. And Norris goes 2nd and does a purple final sector. So already McLaren showing they've got good pace out of the blocks compared to their rivals, as Esteban Ocon goes 9th for Alpine, and we'll see where Fernando Alonso goes just a moment. Alonso goes 5th, 0.8 of a second off the pace of Max Verstappen. So Alonso up to 5th. And your top 10 your top 10, if I can speak English, is Verstappen, Norris, Hamilton, Russell, Alonso, Perez, Bottas, and then Magnussen 8th, Stroll 9th, Ocon 10th, to Sebastian Vettel, who had a massive correction in the final corner, goes up to 11th. And Valtteri Bottas improves to 3rd place, which is interesting. Alex Albon now goes 8th for Williams. So Williams showing some extra speed when they need it. And then who else has improved their laps? Zhou Guanyu has gone 10th for Alfa Romeo, as Max Verstappen goes even quicker than he did before and now is quickest on a 1:18.7, as Russell goes 2nd on a 1:19.1 on a 2nd timed run. Sergio Perez now goes 2nd for Red Bull. And let me have a quick look to see what's happening here with Ricciardo, who comes to the line, and Daniel Ricciardo ends up in 8th place with that lap. But it is currently Verstappen, Perez, Russell, Norris, Bottas, Hamilton, Your top 6 as Carlos Sainz does his first timed run and goes 4th, and Charles Leclerc goes only 10th. So not a good first run there for Leclerc. No idea why he was so slow. So Sainz is 4th and Leclerc is up to P10. So your top 10 is Verstappen, Perez, Russell, Sainz, Norris, Bottas, Hamilton, Alonso, and then Ricciardo 9th, and Leclerc 10th, and then Albon 11th, Magnussen 12th, Zhou 13th, Latifi 14th, and then Stroll in 15th. Then currently in the drop zone, Ocon, Vettel, Tsunoda, Gasly, and Schumacher. To be honest, if both AlphaTauris are knocked out in Q1, I would not be surprised, because their car is an absolute dog around this track, as we're seeing right now, with Tsunoda understeering like a cross-channel ferry at turn 2. And now he comes up to the end of the first sector and is slightly up on the time he needs to be getting into Q2, but this AlphaTauri car looks terrible. It doesn't look to have a lot of rear-end grip, I've got to say. As Lando Norris, by the way, improves yet again up to 2nd. So Lando Norris is up to 2nd in the McLaren and only 0.2 of a second slower than Max Verstappen, as Fernando Alonso goes 5th for Alpine. Let's see if there's any other changes. There is. Esteban Ocon has improved from 16th all the way up to 8th. And then the rest of the order is as it is, as we're just waiting to see what Yuki Tsunoda does with this lap as he comes to the line. As Tsunoda goes P11, which is a decent lap. Nothing special, though, as I'm sure the drivers behind will improve their times. As Pierre Gasly rounds the final corner, can he improve on what he's done so far? Yes, he can. Goes P7. That's a good lap in what is a pretty poor AlphaTauri car. So Gasly up to 7th. And that might be... well, it won't be good enough to get through. He'll have to do another lap at the end of the session. But if he can produce a lap like that again with a bit more, 2 or 3 tenths extra, he might be able to get through to Q2. As Lewis Hamilton comes to the line and goes 2nd. For Mercedes with a purple final sector. So Mercedes showing some extra pace. Again, though, we are still not at the pace we were yesterday in practice 2. Still about a second away from where we were yesterday with the front drivers. As Max Verstappen has done a purple middle sector. And has now done an even quicker lap. And is now quickest on a 1:18.5. Charles Leclerc is now coming through the final corner and looks as though Leclerc's going to go 2nd. He's not done a purple sector, and yes, he does go 2nd. 0.3 of a second slower than Max Verstappen. Again, though, remember, we are not anywhere near the lap times of practice 2 yet, so Ferrari could definitely go quicker, as Carlos Sainz goes quicker and goes up to 2nd himself. So 2nd and 3rd for Ferrari, as Lance Stroll, who has now dropped down to 18th, has to improve on his lap. 18th and 19th for Aston Martin. They've got to do better than that. With this upgrade, they should be a lot better than that. Stroll comes into the final 2 corners. He's quite a bit up on Kevin Magnussen's best lap time, so this should put Stroll in the top 10. As he comes to the line, Stroll now, and he does go into the top 10, goes up to 9th. That is a good time from Stroll. The Stroll in P9 for Aston Martin. Let's see what Sebastian Vettel can do, who is currently 19th. And in the drop zone, guys, with 5 minutes to go, Magnussen, Zhou, Latifi, Vettel, and Schumacher. Gunther Steiner does not look impressed on the Ferrari pit, not the Ferrari pit wall, the Haas pit wall. Innocent mistake, I swear. Mistaking it for Ferrari there. But he's not looking happy, and I understand why, because this upgrade ain't working. It's not working at all, because Magnussen is not really that quick. As Magnussen is now on a new lap, and let's see if we can improve. He's only 0.003 of a second away from getting into the next part of qualifying. As what just happened there? Who got dropped in? Oh, Yuki Tsunoda got put back into the drop zone, I think, for a lap time deletion for track limits. So Tsunoda is down to 19th. So in the drop zone, it's now Zhou, Latifi, Vettel, Tsunoda, and Schumacher. As Magnussen currently massively up on the time he needs to get comfortably into Q2. And if he keeps this pace up, he should be into Q2. And so should probably Mick Schumacher, based off of his lap times so far, as Kevin Magnussen rounds the final corner. And Magnussen goes P8. Good time from the Dane. Here comes Mick Schumacher to the final corner with the non-updated Haas car. Where does he go? He goes 9th. Very impressive from Mick. And Mick really should be competitive this weekend because he's won here before in F2. Obviously, last year had a pretty decent race, holding back some faster cars in the race. And this is a circuit where definitely the top drivers show their true quality, because you've got to be very skilled to take on a track like this. As Zhou Guanyu goes from 17th up to P5 in the Alfa Romeo. Brilliant. Improved time there for Zhou Guanyu, as Alex Albon goes 14th. Here's Nicholas Latifi, currently 18th, and Latifi now goes 14th. Let's see Sebastian Vettel to the line, currently 19th, and Vettel goes P12. I'm not sure that's going to be enough. We'll have to see. But 2.5 minutes to go, and in the drop zone, it is Albon, Bottas, Ocon, and Ricciardo in 18th and 19th. That would be a surprise. Ricciardo has got to improve on this next lap, because, yeah, there's no way he can be that slow in that car. But I'm going to quickly, whilst everyone is on an outlap, just mute my microphone just to adjust my seating position, because it will make a bit of noise. And we are back, and we're back to seeing now the final laps in Q1. Let me know, guys, who do you think is getting knocked out in Q1? Will it stay the way it is? As Lewis Hamilton, interestingly, does a purple first sector, as Fernando Alonso does a very poor turn one there, runs very, very wide, and that will surely hurt his lap. Might be worth backing off on this lap, because he will still have enough time to do another flying lap. We'll see what he does. Nope, he's pushing on. It's Fernando. But yeah, was very wide through the exit of turn one. As he now, as Lewis Hamilton goes quickest for Mercedes, a 118.3. As Carlos Sainz now goes second for Ferrari. Alonso does a very good middle sector, as Russell now goes second for the Mercedes team. Daniel Ricciardo, by the way, is massively up on the time he needs to get into Q2, as Valtteri Bottas goes 6th for Alfa Romeo. Fernando Alonso is up to P5. And then Ricciardo has improved up to 6th place for McLaren. Great time there from Ricciardo, as Ocon improves up to 8th place. That's the checkered flag now waving. So anyone on a final lap, this will be their last lap. As just trying to see if I've got my order correct. And I kind of have as a Pierre Gasly has gone 13th. That might just get him into Q2. Perez down to 14th, by the way. As Alex Albon stays in 18th. Stroll is currently 16th with Tsunoda in 17th. As Lando Norris goes 5th for McLaren. Latifi. How the hell did... So Latifi's qualified last, but Latifi did a purple first sector. Where did that come from? But Norris is up to 5th. Latifi out in 20th place. Gasly has had his time deleted. Gasly has ended up in 19th place, and he's out. And then 18th is Sebastian Vettel, who is also out. And then it's Albon 17th, Tsunoda 16th, and Stroll just about sneaks through. So Aston Martin a lot poorer than I thought they would be. But guys, Q1 is over and done with. Let's get into the final results quickly of Q1. So through to Q2, Hamilton, Russell, Sainz, Verstappen, Norris, Alonso, Ricciardo, Leclerc, Ocon, Bottas, Zhou, Magnussen, Perez, Schumacher, and Stroll. And out in Q1, Yuki Tsunoda, Alex Albon, the retiree at the end of the season, Sebastian Vettel, Pierre Gasly, and Nicholas Latifi. And Q2 will be underway in about 3 or 4 minutes from now. Very disappointing there from Sebastian Vettel to be out-qualified by Lance Stroll. And yeah, Vettel will be not in a good mood after that. Let me hide that quickly. And obviously Q2 is a 15-minute long session. Let me know, guys, in the chat, what did you think of that? And yeah, Vettel and Gasly out in Q1. That's 2 big names already gone. Let me just quickly get the next dotted line ready. And quickly just make some adjustments so you guys can clearly see it. And yeah, anyone in between, obviously, those 2 dotted lines at the end of Q2 will be out of qualifying. But is the track dry or wet? It's dry. It's bone dry. I don't think we're going to have any rain, so it looks as though we're going to have a dry qualifying session here. Just looking at Twitter quickly to see if there's anything going on. Quickly. Yeah. Nothing really. As Nicholas Latifi, people just remarking on Twitter how funny it is that Latifi did a purple first sector and then still ended up last. So he must have made a mistake in the final sector somewhere. But both Williams is out, not really a surprise. To be honest, both AlphaTauri's out in 16th and 19th. That is not a surprise either. But Sebastian Vettel being knocked out is a surprise when he was so quick yesterday, and Aston Martin seemed to be, they seemed to be so quick yesterday, and I thought they would be really quick today compared to what they're normally like in qualifying. But yeah, they're so far in qualifying where they always, have been, really. Yeah, Sky F1 have come back from that their ad break, so we'll be underway in a minute or so. I'm sure Vettel on team radio very disappointed with his effort there, and definitely should have been ahead of Stroll in qualifying. I've got to say though, Pierre Gasly, they're having a very weird season. I don't think Gasly's been as bad as people would claim. But, yeah. Yeah, he's having a weird season. He's had some good races this season and shown exactly what we saw last year, where he was one of the drivers of the season in his AlphaTauri. But yeah, this season has been a bit off the boil at times. And his stock has fallen to a certain extent. Like I said, I am going to do a video on him in the summer break. But, yeah. I'll get more into in that video, the season he has had. And whether it is necessarily down to him just not performing as well. But yeah, session will be underway in a few moments' time. So get ready, guys, for what's going to be a very exciting Q2. Yeah, some very quick teams, it appears, in the midfield. So should be a very interesting session. By the way, I just seen on Twitter that the Williams team principal, Jost Capito, confirmed that Alex Albon will be driving for Williams next season. Which, I mean, we knew anyway. But just confirmation. Alex Albon is a Williams driver. Who is alongside him is very much undecided. Looks to be between Oscar Piastri and Logan Sargent. Obviously, Oscar was the F2 champion last year, and Logan is currently an American, and he's an F2 this year. Don't know what he's doing in the F2 championship. I don't think he's leading. I think Felipe Drugovich is the championship leader in F2. I'll have a quick look to see. Logan Sargent is third in the championship and is about 60 or 50 points behind Drugovich, who's leading. It looks as though Drugovich is going to win the F2 championship. And there has been talk that Drugovich is going to be on the grid possibly next year and is up for consideration by Aston Martin for a seat, which would be a massive surprise because nobody has ever talked about that guy being an F1 driver. As the session has now started, I'll get the timer on screen synced up in about 35 seconds as the Mercedes cars have come out on track. Now here come the Ferrari cars. Let's see what they have for us. Obviously don't need to worry these days about the teams and what tyre they use for Q2, because obviously back in the day, last year, they would, what tyre they qualified on to get into Q3 would be the tyre they started on for the race. That is no longer obviously the case anymore, as there you go, 14 minutes left in Q2. Who do you think, guys, isn't getting knocked out in Q2? I mean, Joe Schumacher Stroll looked likely to be knocked out, maybe Magnussen as well, but you never know, could see some surprises. And as well, I was saying, obviously, in what you call it, in Q1, that the lap times we were seeing were not as quick as yesterday's practice 2 session. We should, now we're in Q2, start to see some properly quick laps from all of the teams. I know the track obviously is in not as great condition, but they'll be running a lot more power now than they would have been in practice 2, and a slight less bit of fuel. As a Mercedes of Lewis Hamilton now starts his first flying lap in Q2, and George Russell starts his first lap as well. Let's see if Mercedes can keep up what they did in Q1, which was a 1-2. Certainly not on the cards coming into this session. Hamilton is now coming up to turn 4 to complete the first sector and does a 28.5, which is not great, I don't think. Russell does a 28.5 as well. Yeah, that doesn't feel like a great first sector time to me. We'll see what Leclerc does as Hamilton loses the rear end slightly on the exit of turn 7. And Leclerc, quicker in sector 1 by a 10th, I think, or so. As Hamilton passes a slow Red Bull on his flying lap. And now into the final sector he comes. as Russell goes quicker than Hamilton in the middle sector. As Lewis now comes into, as Kevin Magnussen goes quickest. Lewis Hamilton will go quicker than that, surely. Yes, he does, on a 1:19.0. What does George Russell do, though? Russell now goes quickest on a 1:18.8. So it's Russell, Hamilton, and then Magnussen in third. As here comes Charles Leclerc, who has done, I think, faster sectors than the two Mercedes. And yes, he goes quickest on a 1:18.7. Still, though, not that quick here in Q2, as Lando Norris has done a purple middle sector. Let's see what Norris does in the final sector as he comes through the final corner now, comes to the line, and Norris goes quickest by 6.5 tenths of a second. That is a lot more like it. Lando Norris up to first. Verstappen, though, has done a purple first sector. And we're now looking at Sergio Perez, who is on a okay lap. Not going to go quicker than Norris, though. As Verstappen is, though, going to go quicker than Norris. He's currently about 4 tenths up on Norris after the first two sectors, as Perez goes second for Red Bull. So Sergio Perez up to P2. Max Verstappen comes around the final corner and goes quickest on a 1:17.7. So Verstappen up to first from Norris, Perez, and then Leclerc and Carlos Sainz. Here's a replay of Hamilton locking up on the entry to turn 1. That lock-up, though, I don't think actually affected his pace. But yeah, we have currently only 9 lap times on the board. The only other time I forgot to do was Mick Schumacher is up to 9th. Alonso, Ricciardo, Bottas, Ocon, Zhou, and Stroll have not done a first lap time here in Q2. But they are all on a flying lap now, except for Daniel Ricciardo, who's on an out lap. And Ricciardo now has started that flying lap. As Esteban Ocon. Sergio Perez has had his time deleted. So Perez, let me drop him down quickly to 10th. Perez is now all the way down. As let's see what Esteban Ocon does here. He'll be the next man to, I think, finish a lap. Let's see where he ends up compared to the two Haases, as Lance Stroll goes 7th for Aston Martin. Ocon goes 3rd for Alpine. What a lap by Esteban, as Fernando Alonso does a purple middle sector. And Alonso now coming into the final corner. And Fernando comes to the line and goes 2nd, only 2 tenths of a second slower than Max Verstappen. So Alpine showing some very good pace as Valtteri Bottas goes 6th. Zhou Guanyu goes 4th for Alfa Romeo. What a lap by the Chinese driver. So Zhou up to 4th, and Bottas, now he'll be 7th. As Daniel Ricciardo has gone 4th for McLaren. That's good for the Macca team. 3rd and 4th for McLaren. Like I said, as Perez said, we lost that lap for track limits at turn 13. Nope, sorry, actually turn 5. And that was close. I'm not sure he actually did. If he did, it was like literally a millimeter over. But in the drop zone, guys, with 7.5 minutes to go, Hamilton, Stroll, Magnussen, Schumacher, Perez. And I mean, Verstappen, Alonso, definitely getting a lot closer to the best times I reckon they could do in qualifying today. Still, I'd say Lando Norris is got a bit of time left remaining, and definitely the Ferraris have, because the Ferraris are quite a bit off the pace, and we know they were quickest yesterday with a 1:17.5. And currently Leclerc's done a 1:18.7, so Ferrari are definitely not going as quickly on purpose as they could. And on an outlap currently, Leclerc, Sainz, Hamilton, Magnussen, and Schumacher. And I think George Russell has just started a flying lap, has he? I'm not sure. We'll have to see in a moment. As Lewis Hamilton rounds the final corner, and Lewis will now begin his second flying lap of Q2. Can he get into the top 10? He should be able to. Really should be going up to like 4th or 5th place with this lap, based on the pace the Mercedes has had so far this weekend. As he comes through turn 2 now, and into turn 3. Let's see what his first sector is like compared to Russell. Russell also on a flying lap now, and Hamilton 1/4 of a second up on George Russell's sector 1 time. So this is a very good lap so far for Lewis, as he comes through the turn 6 and 7 chicane. And this, will be a big improvement for Lewis Hamilton. Russell, by the way, completed his first sector and was only 1/10 of a second slower than Max Verstappen, as Hamilton now 1/2 a second quicker than Russell's best time. So this will put Hamilton probably up to 4th, maybe 5th place, as Lewis comes through the final corner now. As Leclerc's on an improved lap and only slightly slower than Verstappen in the first sector. Lewis comes to the line now and goes 3rd, only 3/10 of a second slower than Verstappen. Russell does a not so quick final sector compared to Hamilton, but goes up to 5th. Thing is, though, with all the other drivers, they will improve. I'm not sure Mercedes are still that comfortable, because they won't be able to, Mercedes, come back into the pits and put on a fresh set of tyres. So, we'll see. We'll see how they do. As Charles Leclerc, currently in P9, now goes 2nd. Does a purple final sector. And, Red Bull and Verstappen looking decent at the moment compared to Leclerc, as Carlos Sainz goes from P11 up to 4th in the Ferrari. There you go. And that pushes Russell down to 7th. As who else has improved? Sergio Perez has gone 9th only for Red Bull. That is a disappointing lap time, but he is now on another lap. But in the drop zone, currently, Ocon, Bottas, Magnussen, Stroll, as Perez's time has been reinstated, and that's because he didn't actually go over the white line. In the drop zone, with 3.5 minutes to go, Ocon, Bottas, Magnussen, Stroll, and Schumacher. Like I said, Mercedes might be at risk here, as Hamilton has pitted. And I'm guessing Russell will as well. Unless they can turn that round quickly, Mercedes might be in a bit of trouble if the others improve a lot. As Sergio Perez is not improving on this lap. This is not good for Perez. He is at risk also, at big risk of getting knocked out in Q2. If the others behind can improve, as Perez now comes through the final corner. Can he go any higher than 9th? Let's see. Comes to the line and does a better final sector, but he does not improve his lap time. And I think Perez is in a lot of trouble, because Ocon should go quicker than he's done so far. And maybe Alfa Romeo will be capable of a bit more. So it's going to be a very nervous end to the session for Mercedes, Red Bull and McLaren. As here is Lance Stroll we're looking at, who is on, by the looks of it, his final timed lap of Q2. Can he somehow get into Q3? He's slightly up on Zhou's sector 1 time, so doing all right so far. Rear endo all over the place on the exit of turn 5. And the middle sector, definitely the sector where Aston Martin are losing the most amount of time. He comes through now, the middle sector. Through turn 10 he comes, obviously flat out in the dry. And now comes to the middle sector point, and yeah, he's too far behind. I don't think Stroll has the pace, and Aston Martin, very disappointing here with the pace they, well, simply don't have, that I thought they did have. So Kevin Magnussen has not done an improved first sector, disappointingly. As Lance Stroll comes to the line, does he improve? He improves his lap time, but does not improve his position. So Stroll, unless he does another lap, I think is out in 14th place. Kevin Magnussen in 13th has not improved his first or middle sector. So I think Magnussen also might be out in 13th place. Let's see as he comes around the final corner. And no, doesn't improve his lap at all. And if he doesn't do a final lap, then I think that's him done. Well, it will be him done. As here comes Valtteri Bottas. What's he doing for the middle sector? He is slightly slower than Zhou Guanyu after the first 2 sectors. Bottas might, if he has a good final sector, might be able to sneak in to the top 10. As Bottas comes through the final 2 corners now into the final corner. As Mick Schumacher's improved his time but stays at P15. Bottas to the line. Goes P8. That's a good final sector from the Flying Finn. As Esteban Ocon now goes 8th. That pushes Sergio Perez into the drop zone. As Lando Norris has just done a purple first sector. But he's now backed off. Probably knows that he's going to get through. As Zhou has improved his lap time but stays in 12th. So Zhou is out in Q2. Sad for him. And Sergio Perez is in the pit. So Sergio Perez is out in 11th place. We were saying that Perez was in trouble this weekend and had really poor pace and was having a lot of problems with understeer this weekend. But we didn't think it would be quite this bad. Knocked out in 11th as Daniel Ricciardo is already through to the next part of qualifying, but comes across the line anyway to complete another lap and goes 8th in the McLaren. But there you go. That is Q2 over and done with. And here are the people going through to the next part of qualifying and the final part of qualifying. Max Verstappen, Charles Leclerc, Fernando Alonso, Carlos Sainz, Lewis Hamilton, Lando Norris, George Russell, Daniel Ricciardo, Esteban Ocon, and Valtteri Bottas. And knocked down Q2, Sergio Perez, as that was a bit poor there from the Haas there of Magnussen blocking the apex of turn 2 a bit. That affected Perez for sure. Knocked down Q2, Sergio Perez in the Red Bull. Very surprising there. Zhou Guanyu in 12th, Magnussen 13th, Stroll 14th, and Mick Schumacher in 15th. There you go. That is Q2 done with. And now we are on to the final part of qualifying, Q3, which will start in about 3-4 minutes from now. And obviously, that's a 12-minute session. And, let me know in the chat, guys. What did you think, then, of Q2? Of Perez being knocked out? Are you really surprised by that? Or are you? Just let me know in the chat whether you are genuinely surprised. And let me know, as we're now going into Q3, who are you going for pole position? Verstappen, Leclerc, Sainz? Can Mercedes and McLaren get in there somehow? Let me know in the chat. By the way, if you are thinking, oh, Mercedes are actually quicker than McLaren, do remember Lando Norris was on a final quick lap and then backed off and did a purple first sector. So do remember that because, I think McLaren could have gone quicker with Norris in Q2. But let me know in the chat who you think's getting pole position. Just quickly looking at Twitter to see if there's any news quickly that I can bring you. And can't see anything new on Twitter at the moment. And right, so Latifi earlier in Q1 lost half a second at the final corner with a mistake. I didn't quite see it on the broadcast. But yeah, if he didn't lose that half a second, Latifi probably would have got through the Q2. Let's read out the what you guys think is going to happen. So yeah, let me know in the chat, guys. Q3 about to start. Who do you think is getting pole position? Leclerc, says Timothy. Triban says Hamilton or Leclerc for pole. Dylan Forrestal says Alonso or Norris for a surprise pole. Astro Stevo says Sainz. I'd love to see him get another pole, or Norris, or best of all, Rick. G Walker says very surprised with Checo. What happened? Max on pole. He will light up the track in tomorrow's race. It's gonna be a close fight between Max and Leclerc. I'm still going with Leclerc because I still think Ferrari have a bit more pace in their car than what they've shown so far. Let me see if we can find any other predictions from you in chat. KH says anyone other than Verstappen for pole. Bravo Moz, great to see you. Says Max for pole. Dylan says Alonso to get pole, best rookie. Prank says he thinks it'll be Verstappen, Sainz, Norris for the top three. Sarah Gara says, as a Ferrari supporter, I'd love to see Perez out. Jay Keane says, I still think Sainz for P1, otherwise pretty typical aside from Perez. Dane says, Hamilton on pole, by the way. What happened to Seb? Was just too slow. Made a couple little errors on his some of his laps in Q1. So, yeah, it wasn't any particular issue. Sainz pole, Ricardo pole, says FIFA Brian. If Ricardo got on pole, then I'm sure my co-commentator, who unfortunately won't be on tomorrow, by the way, Niblo, because he's got COVID, and I'm hoping he's a bit better now, or he's at least on the way up. Pretty sure if Ricardo got on pole, Nib would come his pants. But yeah, I don't think Ricardo's going to get on pole unless something incredibly amazing happens. But yeah, Q3 is about, what, a minute, 90 seconds away, something like that. Alonso pole, maybe. I'm not sure if Alonso will be right up there. I think Alonso could get maybe a 5th or a 6th at the absolute best, but I'm not sure about a top 3 or even a pole position. As we await the beginning of Q3. Oh, we're currently looking at Esteban Ocon, ready to get out there on track. Good for Alpine, because obviously McLaren have been quite clearly quicker this weekend. Good for Alpine that they've got both cars into Q3 to try and just do the best they can, despite McLaren's, incredible speed so far this weekend, which is what they need to do. As long as Alpine get both cars in the top, so between 5th and 9th, that'd be good enough for them. Here in Quali, there are still some dark clouds around, but I don't think any of them contain rain, unfortunately for us. And not sure it's going to rain tomorrow either. So, yeah, I think we'll have probably a dry Hungarian Grand Prix weekend from now on. Just want to say, if anyone new is watching for the channel, don't forget I do these qualifying and race watch-alongs for F3 Grand Prix in 2022. So if you are new to the channel, don't forget to subscribe for more content like this. And for everyone watching right now, don't forget to smash that like button to help the channel grow. Obviously, the more likes it has, the more chance of it growing or getting noticed. So yeah, it would be great if you could do that. As the session has started. And nobody at the moment coming out on track. Obviously, waiting for the perfect time according to their own simulations as to when it will be, good for them to come out onto the circuit. But I'll get the timer on screen in about 20 seconds time. As we were just looking there, car number 1. Obviously the world champion Max Verstappen in the garage, as out comes the 2 Ferraris, attempting to get Ferrari's first pole position at this track since 2017, where they got a front row lockout that year and then a 1-2 in the race. And let's see in these final 11 minutes of qualifying just who will be on the very important pole position for the Hungarian Grand Prix. Pole position is very important here in Hungary. Most times than not, the pole position man is the victor at the Hungaroring. So this is a very important qualifying session. And final 10.5 minutes as car number 1, Max Verstappen, comes out of his garage. And let's see what he will do for the first run in Q3. As pretty much everyone now coming out onto the track. As the last 2 to come out, Russell and Verstappen, and they're just coming out now. Verstappen just trundles to the end of the pit lane and now gets going. And the first driver to start a lap will be an Alpine of, I'm not sure who it actually is. But he's coming into the final corner now. Is that driver? Obviously, FOM never showed the midfield drivers in. It's Esteban Ocon. They never showed the midfield drivers in Q3 because, they like to stick with the popular ones when showing them on screen, rather than just doing their job. As Daniel Ricciardo has also started his first run in Q3, and here comes Charles Leclerc, the man who has never had pole position in Hungary, looking to change that today as he comes down the pit straight on his first flying run in Q3 and his penultimate run in qualifying. Very good through turn 1. All rear end slightly loose on the exit, not great. That will lose him about half a tenth or so. And slight hesitation through turn 2 as well. Not a great lap so far for Leclerc. His first sector time is not good. It's not good. It's not as good as you would hope for Leclerc. And looks to be a bit scruffy so far on this lap. He is, though, a couple tenths of a second quicker than Lando Norris. Sainz, though, now does a purple first sector. As Leclerc just coming to the end of Sector 2, now through Turn 11. Very fast right-hand corner. And let's see what his middle sector is looking like compared to Norris and Sainz. Norris, not that quick of a lap for Lando so far on this lap. As Carlos Sainz will see his middle sector time now. And Carlos Sainz is definitely much quicker than Charles Leclerc by 4 tenths of a second so far on this lap, as Leclerc goes quickest on a 1:17.9. He definitely can do better than that, as Lando Norris goes second for McLaren, and Carlos Sainz will now go first, and he does on a 1:17.5, almost half a second quicker than Charles Leclerc. Very poor lap there for Leclerc, as Ocon is 4th. Alonso now goes 3rd for Alpine. What a lap from Fernando. As Lewis Hamilton now goes up to 3rd in the Mercedes. George Russell goes 2nd and is currently on a provisional front row for the Silver Arrows. Max Verstappen has not had a great lap so far. He's not done a purple sector as he comes around the final corner now to the line. And Verstappen, only 7th place. What a poor first attempt there for Max Verstappen. The Verstappen in 7th. And your current top 10. And here's a replay of what must have happened. Turn 2. Yep, locks the inside front, goes wide. He would have lost a lot of time with that. At least 6 or 7 tenths of a second lost with that mistake alone. So yeah, that is not good. A not good mistake to be making at this point in qualifying. Here's a replay of Hamilton at turn 5. God, that's close to going over the track limits. I'm not sure if he was over the track limits, but he is currently Lewis Hamilton in 4th place. So your provisional top 10 with one final run in qualifying to go. Carlos Sainz is on provisional pole position from George Russell 2nd, Charles Leclerc 3rd, Lewis Hamilton 4th, Alonso 5th, Norris 6th, Verstappen 7th, and then Ocon 8th, Bottas 9th, and Ricciardo in 10th. One team I'm looking at to go a lot quicker is McLaren. I am sure Lando Norris can go quicker than he has. Norris currently has done a 1:18.5. I'm pretty sure Norris did a what was it? I think Norris did like an 18.1 or an 18.2 in Q2. So Norris could absolutely go a position, maybe a position or 2 higher than he's gone so far. Ricciardo can definitely improve. Ricciardo 8 tenths of a second slower than his teammate. And yeah, Max Verstappen obviously could go a lot quicker. Verstappen lost 1.1 seconds in the first sector, but Sector 2 and Sector 3 did not go any quicker compared to Sainz. So that is a genuine pace there for Carlos Sainz, but we'll see whether he keeps pole position. Obviously, if he gets pole, it would be his 2nd pole position of his Formula 1 career. His first pole was at the British Grand Prix about 3 or 4 weeks ago. As we're just now waiting for these final runs. Apparently Leclerc, I was just reading on Twitter, Leclerc said on team radio that was a shit lap. I'm struggling with that front left, or with the front left at the start of the lap. It's not ready. Let's analyse that. So, having some tyre warm-up problems. And apparently his engineer asking about front wing adjustment, and then Leclerc replies that he wants to fix what's going on with his front left. Not sure anything really could be done about that, given we're in Parc Ferme now. But we'll see what happens, as now cars are starting to pile back out on track, and let's hope we see a very exciting end here. At the minute, we've got a very unusual grid for tomorrow's Hungarian Grand Prix, but I'm sure it will change around before the end of the session. As now everyone piling out onto track. Max Verstappen, the 2 Ferraris, McLarens, Mercedes. I know Mercedes not coming out yet, which is interesting. Maybe just waiting to go last so they get the most amount of grip that is available for their final runs. You gotta say though, at the moment, Mercedes are about where I thought they would be coming into the weekend. Russell is what? About half a second off the pace of our current provisional pole position man. That's about what I thought it would be, and that's not too bad at the moment. If they can get 4th and 5th at the absolute worst, that would be a good result for them, because I definitely think they'll be quite quick tomorrow. We know their race pace is very good, and it should be here in Hungary. They will get more into the race pace tomorrow when I do my race preview. Reminder, I'll be live tomorrow at 12 p.m. UK time, all the way through till about an hour after the race finishes at, say, 5 p.m. UK time. And obviously the race tomorrow starts at 2 p.m, so make sure to join me for all of that tomorrow. Anyway, let's get into this final part of qualifying and see who will get pole position. As Max Verstappen is currently midway through his lap, on his out lap, as Charles Leclerc has a second attempt at pole position. Again, never has had pole position here in Hungary. Will the front left do what he wants this time? Into turn 1 he comes. And hesitation again into turn 1. There was a slight jink there from the car. Not great as he comes into turn 2 now. And it doesn't look great, but it looks better than it did before. Let's see what his first sector time is like. It is very good. It's half a tenth quicker than Carlos Sainz's best first sector time, as Max Verstappen now starts his final flying lap. Carlos Sainz is about to complete his first sector. We'll see how he does. And Carlos Sainz has done an incredible first sector, 2 tenths quicker than his own personal best. Carlos on a very good lap so far. Esteban Ocon has just gone 4th for Alpine. What a lap. As Alonso goes 5th now. 4th and 5th for Alpine at the moment. As now Charles Leclerc comes into the final 2 corners. Leclerc has not done a purple middle sector. I don't think Leclerc has the pace today as Ricciardo goes 7th. Leclerc comes to the line and goes only 2nd. He's been beaten by teammate Sainz, but who is getting pole? Will it be Sainz or Verstappen? Let's have a look. Norris has done a very quick middle sector, as Carlos Sainz has not improved his middle sector. Let's see what he does when he comes to the line, though. He does go quicker onto a 1:17.4, so has provisional pole for now. Here comes Lando Norris, currently in P9, and goes 3rd. Norris up to 3rd for McLaren. What a lap. As now that pushes George Russell down to 4th. Bottas is up to 8th. We'll see if Verstappen has made a mistake or something and he's backed off on his lap. And Verstappen will start 10th as George Russell goes on to pole position. George Russell has got pole position here in Hungary as Hamilton has pitted. What a lap. Well, they don't call him Mr. Saturday for nothing. George Russell is on pole position by half a tenth of a second. What a final lap by Russell. And that's his first pole position of his F1 career. And that's Mercedes' first pole position since Saudi Arabia in 2021. Oh my God. What a result that is. And I am such an idiot, saying, coming into qualify, oh yeah, Mercedes are going to be absolute shit, and they get pole position. What a brilliant job by Russell, and what a grid we have got for tomorrow. Max Verstappen, by the way, didn't do a final lap. He just didn't improve. So Max Verstappen will start 10th. 10th. Wow. Can't explain what's happened there. Anyway, let's read out your final finishing order here in qualifying and the starting grid for the Hungarian Grand Prix tomorrow. George Russell will start on pole position, his first ever pole position in Formula 1. Carlos Sainz starts 2nd, Leclerc 3rd, Norris 4th, Ocon 5th, Alonso 6th, Hamilton 7th, Bottas 8th, Ricciardo 9th, and Verstappen 10th. That top 10 is absolutely mental. And then you've got Perez 11th, Zhou 12th, Magnussen 13th, Stroll 14th, Schumacher 15th, Tsunoda in 16th, Albon 17th, Vettel 18th, Gasly 19th, and Nicholas Latifi in last. What a grid we've got for tomorrow. And make sure, guys, to join me for tomorrow, because this is going to be a classic Hungarian Grand Prix. There is no doubt about that. Could Mercedes win the Hungarian Grand Prix. They've got the race pace probably to do it. And their Achilles heel this season, when they have been really quick, has been qualifying. And they've overcome that today. And if Russell wins this weekend, this will be, I think, the start of his mesmeric F1 career. But guys, let me know in the chat what you thought there of qualifying. And let me know who your driver of the day is in qualifying today. And what did you think of the respective... yeah, cheers, Count Blah, for that. So much for yesterday's prediction about Mac by Chazza. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, let me know in the chat who you thought the driver of the day was today. And let me know what you thought. What you think of our starting grid. With a Mercedes on pole, Ferrari second, third, then a McLaren fourth. Alpine have locked out the third row of the grid. Many, many stories throughout the grid. Anyway, so I'm going to quickly post the link out in a couple places quickly, and then we'll get on to the reaction. So make sure to stay around, guys, for the reaction to qualifying. And yeah, let me know in the chat what you thought of what happened. I'm just going to quickly post out. Come join us here for instant reaction to an insane qualifying session, which I think we can absolutely agree. That was probably the best qualifying session of the season so far. That was truly mental stuff. Let me just do a few more hashtags quickly. And there you go. So that's tweeted out. Right. So let's get into this reaction. So let me know, guys, in the chat again. Who is your driver of the day today for qualifying? And what did you think of the results today and the performances by, say, Russell, Ferrari, Norris, Alpine, Verstappen, Red Bull? Let me know all about that in the live chat. And also let me know what you think is going to happen tomorrow. I have no idea right now what's going to happen tomorrow. McLaren F1 races Hamilton 7th DRS issue. Let me have a quick look on Twitter to see confirmation of that. And just looking, I can't see anything at the moment, but I will have a deeper look, obviously, later. Prank says, has to be Russell for driver of the day. Yeah. I have to go for George Russell. What a lap. His first lap also in Q3 to qualify fourth was an amazing lap. But to get pole, nobody saw that coming. Not even, I don't even think he saw it coming. He just did the lap and then, yeah, was on pole position. Frank Trigg says, Russell driver of the day, fantabulous pole. McLaren looking good for the race. With Norris, yeah. But Ricciardo, not too great, I've got to say, in ninth. Should have been probably, given Hamilton and Verstappen's issues, I think Ricciardo should have been probably 6th or 7th, really, today. Max Verstappen P10, laughable. P10 and P11 for Red Bull. Yeah, nobody expected that. Makes for a promising race if those ahead of Max can stay that way. Bless Jube. Can Russell win tomorrow? Yeah, I think he can. Like I said, the record of pole position to victory in terms of the conversion rate at this track is really, really good. The track layout has been the exact same since 2003. And pole position won here in what? 03, 04, 07, When else? 2012, 2013, 2017, 2018, 2020. Pole position is the place to be here. And also, it is pretty hard to overtake here. All Russell's got to do is keep ahead, obviously, on the first lap, and then just manage the race to a certain extent, and then I think he'll be fine to at least finish on the podium. Ferrari, though, do remember that they were very quick on Friday in their long runs on the medium tyre. They were actually, Ferrari, 0.7 of a second quicker than everybody else on the medium tyre on their heavier fueled runs. So Ferrari have got some very good race pace. So it's not going to be straightforward for Russell, and not necessarily for Ferrari, who will be a bit gutted, I think, because given obviously Verstappen's issues, really should have been a 1-2. But yeah, didn't have the pace in the end, and Mercedes are the first, what do you call it? They're the first non-Ferrari or Red Bull team to get pole position since themselves back in Saudi Arabia in 2021. So great job by them and by Russell. Driver of the day for Russell for me, no contest. Mercedes deserve Ferrari's car. Lab Gorilla says Red Bull have a nightmare. Ferrari can't take pole. It's just more humiliation. Vinster says, I thought it was going to be Hamilton, but Russell works too. Red Bull needs to keep pace for the constructors. It's going to be close. Red Bull are going to win the constructors, let's be honest. I mean, Red Bull, yes, they've had a poor qualifying today, but they're going to be fine tomorrow. I think Verstappen will probably finish, third or fourth, probably. So, yeah, he'll be fine. And then Perez will probably finish in, like, I don't know, 5th or 6th. So they'll still score a lot of points. Hungarian GP Classic, but I bet Max will crash trying to get to Russell, especially with the rain. As a Red Bull fan, I guess I hope for rain. 2020 vibes. Yeah, it does remind me this session a bit of 2020, where we had a very surprising grid, except obviously for the front row that day. Blessed Tube says, has to be Russell for driver of the day. Red Bull seemed to have Ferrari'd Max while Perez went to sleep. Triben says, I'm a vouch for Russell in the race. Let me know, guys, in the chat, who do you think, with this starting grid, who do you think wins the race tomorrow? Is it Russell? Is it Sainz? Is it Leclerc? Can Verstappen win from 10th on the grid? Let me know in the chat. To be honest, if I was to make my predictions now, I am going to go for I'm going to go for Carlos Sainz, I reckon. Actually, no, I'm going to go for Charles Leclerc, because Charles Leclerc's on the clean side of the grid for tomorrow's race, and that will be important to a certain extent. So, yeah, I'm going to go Leclerc to win tomorrow, and then say, I don't know, Sainz or Russell in second. I think the podium will be the same 3 drivers that it is in the top 3 right now, but I just don't think it'll be in that order. But yeah, I'll probably go for Leclerc to win, and then Russell second, Sainz third, and then probably Verstappen 4th, Norris 5th, Hamilton 6th, Perez 7th. It's very hard to predict, to be honest, and that's how we like it, obviously. Hamilton masterclass from 7th. I don't see that happening. It would be great to see, though, if he could somehow come from there. Sanat says Leclerc. Vinster says Leclerc. Yes, Max could win, says Astro Stever, but I hope he doesn't expect not. He's not going to win from there. The only way he'll win from there is if the safety car comes out at like 20 laps to go, so he can put on a fresh set of tyres and try and have an advantage over other cars in some way. That's the only way it's going to happen. I don't see Verstappen coming through on pure pace from P10 to finish in first place. I think the best he could do is get third, which would be a good recovery drive. What happened to Max? I'm going to quickly look. Because, so the first lap we know he didn't improve because he made a big mistake at turn 2. Red Bull have not said what happened with Verstappen. Let me just quickly look. Oh, Verstappen said, I have no power. So he lost power. He had a power unit problem, which is a shame. So Verstappen, yeah, reliability problems. Could Max get a penalty? No, I think it'd be fine. What's the pit stop time loss, Chazza? It's about 20 to 21 seconds. It's not as big as it is in France. It's about 5 seconds less. So, I mean, even though it's not going to be massively hot tomorrow, if it is a dry race, because of the way the track is in terms of layout, we've seen plenty of races here in the past. The tyres do get a real pounding here in Hungary. And with the pit lane loss being shorter, I reckon you'll get a sorry. I reckon it'll be a 2-stop race tomorrow. And if we get a very close fight between a lot of the top 10, I reckon, yeah, you'll definitely see some pit stops early in the Grand Prix. If I was Red Bull, back there in P10, I'd start both Red Bulls on the hard tyre, to be honest, and just go as long into the race as possible and see what happens. Frank Trigg says, Russell defend like a lion. I love that meme. Wasim says Alonso will finish P3 tomorrow. Yeah, not sure about that. I gotta say, though, Alpine have had a very good qualifying here. I don't think they'll convert this into this 5th and 6th into an actual result like that. But yeah, great result for the Alpine team. Hard to pass in Hungary, and if George starts well, says Astrestivo, and keeps going. Mercedes know how to strategy and do pits, and the car is usually reliable, so hopefully a new race winner would be great to see. It would. Normally, this track is the track that sees new race winners. Obviously, last year, Esteban Ocon, Heikki Kovalainen in 2008 was a first-time race winner here in Hungary. And then you had Fernando Alonso in 2003. Jenson Button in 2006 got his first win here. Who else got their first win here? Damon Hill got his first win here in 93. Who else? There's been a couple others, I think. I'm trying to think. Who else? Did Thierry Boutsen get his first win here? I'm not sure. No, I don't think he did, actually. I think he had a win. I think Thierry Boutsen's first win was in Canada in 1989. Yeah, I think, yeah, Button, Alonso, Kovalainen, Ocon, and Damon Hill. I think those are the first-time race winners who got their first win in Hungary. So it's a perfect location for it. KH says, will be a fun race to watch. Hopefully get to see Russell get his first win. How many laps Alonso will hold Lewis tomorrow? Your thoughts on it? If Alonso can get a decent start, we know obviously that he can get a decent start because he is Fernando Alonso. Always gets a good start to a Grand Prix. If he can settle into a consistent and decent race pace, then it's going to be hard for Hamilton to pass because it is hard to overtake here. And the Mercedes is quicker than the Alpine, but it's not, you know, it's not like a second a lap quicker, I reckon, in race pace. And yeah, Russell is on pole, but the gap isn't massive between all of the teams around this track. still recall watching Alonso's first ever win here. Yeah, was a dominant win. I think he won that race by 20 seconds or so. Was helped by, I think, Mark Webber in a slow Jaguar that held up the pack for about 10 laps and gave Alonso like a 15-second lead. But yeah, Alonso was very, very quick. He's always been quick here, but today, not as quick as Esteban Ocon. And let's make sure, in all of our praise, to not leave out Esteban Ocon, because P5 is a very good result for him. And remember, he won here last year, so don't count him out for a decent result tomorrow. Let's have a look at some other comments here. Make sure to keep them coming, guys, in the chat, and I'll get to them. Bless Tube says Ferrari issue team orders for Leclerc to win. Sainz refuses and takes the win. Max third, Russell fourth, Hamilton fifth after Perez is given a penalty for track limits. That is quite the prediction. I'll give my top 5 or top. You know what? Fuck it. I'll give my top 10 prediction for the race. So I will go. Yeah, Leclerc to win, Russell second, Sainz third, Verstappen fourth, Norris fifth, Hamilton sixth, Perez seventh, and then I will go Alonso eighth, Ocon ninth, and then 10th. 10th I'll go Daniel Ricciardo in 10th. Ricciardo just doesn't seem to have that great pace. Never been really Ricciardo. I know he won here in 2014, but he's never consistently had like great pace here. He's had good race pace here in the past. He's always been a man for the race around Hungary, but in qualifying he's never done that great. But yeah, I'm not sure where he can really go from P9 on the grid. Apparently, Helmet Marco has said that Red Bull knows what the issue of Max's PU was and that they can change it without penalties. Toto Wolf apparently has said to Sky Germany that he's told his team they should write down everything they've done today, including what they had for breakfast. That's a good one. Right, let's get on to more of your comments. We're seeing Alonso 8th. No way he'll finish in the top 5. Bet. I'm not willing to bet on it because it's Fernando Alonso, but I will go him in 8th. Laurie Rastogi says, yeah, what makes this pole even more special is the fact that I believe that Ferrari still, by the smallest of margins, had the fastest car, and yet George got pole. I think that's the best thing about it is Russell, the job he did today was fantastic, and the Mercedes car was definitely way more competitive today than in qualifying than I thought it would be, and it was in practice yesterday. But and Russell, remember this morning or this afternoon, lunchtime, whenever it was, practice 3, was bitching and complaining about how the car had no grip, and now he's on pole position. But I think Ferrari did have the better car today. I just don't think the drivers, and certainly Charles Leclerc, did not do a good enough job today. Charles Leclerc was a bit scruffy in Q3. But luckily for him, Verstappen is in P10, so Leclerc can still win. What he's got to do is get ahead of Sainz at turn 1. He does have the cleaner and grippier side of the grid for the start, so he has the advantage. Does. The Monegasque. What happened? Asks Mike Brown to Max and Leclerc. Leclerc, just a bit erratic. And just didn't get the best lap he could. Ended up P3. Max Verstappen, locked up on the entry to turn 2 and bottled his first lap. And then on his second lap, he lost power. And his power unit didn't fail, but failed him for sure. Let's see any other good comments here I can find. Do you see Schumacher replacing Ricciardo in 2023? Asks Wasim. No, I don't see that happening. I think McLaren will probably stay as they are for 2023. And to be honest, I think they should. I don't think Ricciardo's done as bad as people claim. So, yeah, I think Ricciardo will be fine. Stay at McLaren. I'm glad that the grid is a bit mixed up. Should lead to a good race, says Laurie. Yeah, we're going to get a very good race tomorrow. There is no doubt about it. Plenty of stories are going to play out tomorrow. Laurie Rastogi also says, I don't think Ricciardo has been that great compared to Lando in the last few races. Felt like the car has made Ricciardo look good. I think it's really the opposite. I think the reason people think Ricciardo's been so poor is because the car, most of this season, has been not that good. I mean, today, I will admit, Ricciardo today should have done better than P9. Should have probably been P7, or maybe 6th at best, but yeah, I think most of this season, I think Ricciardo's done great as the porn bot continues its endless assault of my chat. Let's hide them quickly. There you go. And yeah, it is literally an endless assault. But I think, guys, I'm going to come to the end of the stream here because I've been live for how long? 4 hours and 40 minutes, pretty much. And we're pretty much, I think, at the end of today's action. So, thank you guys so much for coming along to this stream. And make sure to come along for tomorrow's race watch along for what's going to be a classic Hungarian Grand Prix in Budapest. It would be great to have you. Just a reminder of what my schedule is. I'll be going live at 12 p.m. UK time, and I'll be live all the way through until 5 p.m. UK time, probably, for the whole day. I'll be live starting off firstly with the race preview till 1:30 p.m. UK time. Then from 1:30 till 4 p.m. will be the race watch-along part of the day. 2 p.m. UK time is when the race starts, and then for about an hour after the race finishes, I will do a race reaction. So make sure, guys, to join me for all of that tomorrow. And if you are new to the channel, don't forget to subscribe for more content like this. And for everyone watching, don't forget to smash the like button for, to help the channel out, and also share out this video and channel as well. And don't forget to follow me on Twitter at ChazHD5 and join my Discord server, link below in the description, guys. And yeah, cheers for today. And until tomorrow's exciting and enthralling 2022 Hungarian Grand Prix, it has been me, ChazHD. Goodbye.